Chapter 949. Thank you, brother, Lin Feng said softly. How could he not see Lin Zhan's painstaking efforts? Although he was straightforward and heartless, that didn't mean he was stupid. Those were two different things. But there was no time to thank him. Enlightenment would happen in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, time energy swirled around his body. The starry sky pupils changed instantly. The pupils flashed with light and were filled with time energy. The energy in the life-spirit space was different. The only main star was shining as if it had sensed the changes in the life-spirit space. It was like the awakening of the soul, filling the life-spirit space with vitality. It was unusually lively and open. So, this is the so-called way of decelerating time, Lin Feng thought. The way of time was deeply imprinted in the life-spirit space. It was one of the purest energies in the world. Through the starry sky pupils, time energy kept circling around, and he could sense it more clearly. It poured into the starry sky pupils at an extremely fast speed. It was a kind of pure energy. It was the real way of heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh. It poured in crazily. What a fast absorption speed. Lin Feng was shocked. The starry sky pupils had already reached the peak of the second level. With the enlightenment of the way of decelerating time, it had reached a new level. The third level. He had mastered the way of decelerating time. This time, he had broken through. Not only had he comprehended the way of decelerating time, but his starry sky pupils had also transformed with the improvement of his cultivation. It was a double blessing. With the power of the constellation, he could control the change of time in the area and affect the entire area. It was completely different from the way of decelerating time. Previously, his way of decelerating time was useless against Star Lords. Using the power of the constellation, the way of time couldn't affect the enemy at all. It was like standing on two different levels. But now it was different. The power of the life spirit had completely changed. The level of the constellation directly changed the restrictions on space and the impact on warriors. This was a crucial point. The starry sky pupils have officially reached the star domain level. As my strength increases and my life spirit becomes stronger, the starry sky pupils will become more powerful. As the level of the starry vault pupil increases, the deeper one's comprehension of time energy becomes, and the more powerful the starry vault pupil becomes. But these two things aren't the greatest. Lin Feng smiled, his right eye flashing. As long as his vast star eyes evolved to the third level, he would be able to achieve the third level of fusion. The same starry sky pupil could display a completely different power, because this was the difference between a first-grade pupil and a top-grade pupil. Moreover, this did not include the space Tao of the vast star pupil. There were many things waiting to be done. The clan was especially busy right now. As the clan leader, Lin Zhan was so busy that he didn't have any free time. Only Lin Feng was relatively relaxed. Although there were still many unsolved mysteries about his background, it was completely different from before. The path in front of him had become much clearer. As expected, it isn't easy to be the clan leader. Lin Feng smiled and stepped into the place of inheritance. Only those with the direct bloodline of the Lin clan could enter this place, and he also had the right to enter. The improvement of the starry vault pupil was important to him, but the reason why his pupils were so powerful was because of the fusion of his pupils. The third level of the starry vault pupil and the second level of the vast star pupil could not be fused into one's own state, because the imbalance of energy would cause serious damage to the vast star pupil. And the result of not being able to enter one's own state was that the third level of the starry vault pupil was the strongest he had. Compared to the strength he had during the Civil War, it was still inferior. After all, he had the second level of the vast star pupil, which was equivalent to the fourth level of the starry vault pupil. Unfortunately, there is nothing to learn from the vast star pupil. I can only rely on my own comprehension. Lin Feng felt helpless. This time, he did not have any tricks. In the clan, no one else had the vast star pupil except him. In fact, the vast star pupil had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. However, the vast star pupil is my true bloodline. It should be easier to comprehend it than the vast star pupil. Lin Feng said softly. After all, the starry sky pupils belonged to his younger brother. However, the vast star pupil was a bloodline deeply hidden in his body. It was where the true power of his life spirit lay. This should be the azure star pool that foster father spoke of. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. Looking at the lake before him, Zhang Xian felt a deep sense of familiarity. His right eye glowed as if he had returned home. In a land of bloodline inheritance, there were all kinds of energy pools for the warriors of the clan to cultivate. For example, the Azure Star Pool for cultivating the Azure Star Pupil, the Azure Star Pool for cultivating the Azure Star Pupil, the White Moo Pool, the Dark Spirit Pool, and so on. The 3 levels of the eye passed down by the Lin clan all had corresponding existences here. Compared to cultivating alone, there was no doubt that the conditions here were much better. It was just like cultivating in the time inscription formation, and the efficiency was doubled. How could the land of inheritance of the family be ordinary? According to my foster father, every energy pool in the land of bloodline inheritance has a lot of energy. Whether it's the White Moo Pool, the Dark Spirit Pool, or the Azure Star Pool, it's the same. The energy contained in it will weaken as the warrior absorbs it. As time passes, it will slowly recover. Therefore, the energy pools usually limit the time that the clansmen can cultivate in. Only, Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked at the Azure Star Pool in front of him. No one had entered this place for tens of thousands of years because the Lin clan's Azure Star pupil had been extinct for generations. Now, it was his turn to benefit. Good, no one will compete with me. A person can cultivate however they want. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Like the Azure Star pupil, Lin Zhan still had to share cultivation with Lin Zhen. Most importantly, the energy in the Azure Star pool had always been very barren. When it recovered a little bit, it would be immediately absorbed clean. Unlike the Azure Star pool, Lin Feng looked at it. Even from so far away, he could feel the energy contained in it. It was very abundant. It was like a water tank that was now full of water. It was about to overflow. There's still more than a month until the 3rd round of the preliminaries. I hope I can make it in time. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Otherwise, he could only fight with the Azure Star pupil alone. His opponent was Bai Qi, who had defeated him in the qualifiers without any suspense. Although he was no longer the same as before, he couldn't be careless. He entered the Azure Star pool. In an instant, Lin Feng took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. Walala! The intense energy of the pool instantly surrounded him, leaving no room for escape. The Azure Star pupil in his right eye completely lit up. The thick space energy filled the surroundings. His body felt an extreme pressure, and his skin felt like it was being torn apart. Intense pain spread through Lin Feng's body. He grunted in pain, completely out of his expectations. This intimate Azure Star pool was quite terrifying. What a terrifying energy! Lin Feng was shocked. In an instant, the flame of rebirth burned and firmly protected him. It had been 10,000 years since anyone had entered the vast star pupil. Even a tiny bit of the water contained an incomparably abundant amount of energy that far exceeded his expectations. The Azure Star pupil bloomed. Lin Feng immediately closed his eyes. The cultivation of the Azure Star pupil appeared in his mind. He was instantly immersed in it. This was a great opportunity. He couldn't waste it. The space energy here was quite intense. He would definitely be able to advance to the next level of the Azure Star pupil and comprehend a space Tao. In the Clouds District, you're here. The voice was faint like autumn water. It was a woman with a white veil on her face. Greetings, Saint. The voice was loud and clear as he knelt on one knee. The one who spoke was a white-haired young man with a pair of bright eyes. It was Bai Qi. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Senior. The white-veiled woman turned around. Her bright eyes had the power to see through people. Although my husband has returned to the earth, since I'm married into the Bai family, I will always be a member of the Bai family. This will never change. Saint Madame Bai. She was one of the saints who fought against the celestial dog race together with Bai Mingbu. Yes, Senior. Bai Qi cupped his hands. Get up, Madame Bai said calmly. Did Pulsatilla Wang send you here? Yes. Bai Qi immediately got up and bowed slightly. I hope to receive Senior's guidance and increase my strength as much as possible in the shortest time possible. For the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Madame Bai's red lips moved slightly. Bai Qi nodded and said seriously, to be honest, Senior, I don't have the confidence to win the next opponent. Oh, Madame Bai was slightly surprised. She looked at Bai Qi and said slowly, with your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with a level 3 Cosmic Realm State martial artist, right? With Madame Bai's eyesight, she clearly knew how strong Bai Qi was. Bai Qi's eyes lit up. He's a peak Cosmic Lord. Peak Cosmic Lord. Madame Bai frowned slightly and was slightly surprised. Oh, is it that little guy Jia Luo mentioned? Bai Qi was extremely shocked. Senior knows him too? Madame Bai smiled slightly. Although there was a veil between them, it still had a charm that could make people fall for her. Madame Bai didn't answer. She looked into the distance and nodded lightly. Since Pulsatilla Wang sent you to find me, then you can stay here. Bai Qi was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Senior. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, Madame Bai said calmly. If you can't meet the requirements, I can let you leave at any time. I will promote the descendants of the Bai family, but if your talent is mediocre. Madame Bai's voice was slow. Then don't waste your time. Although Madame Bai was from the Bai family, she didn't mind promoting the descendants of the Bai family. However, if Bai Qi didn't have the possibility of reaching the Saint Realm, she naturally wouldn't be interested in teaching him. Cosmic Realm State? What was the difference between level 1 and peak? Those below the Saint Realm were all ants. Chapter 950. Time passed day by day. The internal strife of the Lin clan had not completely erupted and was quickly suppressed, so not many people knew about it. More importantly, all eyes in Shirluo County were focused on the Vermilion Bird Challenge, and not many people cared about what happened to the Lin clan. Of course, the Lin clan was quite famous in Shirluo County, but it was only limited to the Forge Master category. In terms of martial power, it was an extravagant hope for the Lin clan to even rank in the top 100. It was not that they were too weak, but that Shirluo County's level was too high. The strongest people in the clan, Lin Zhen, Lin Zhongxian, Lin Shi, and the others, could not even make a splash in Shirluo County. In fact, in the battle that day, Lin Feng had been able to resolve the internal strife by himself, which was enough to prove the Lin clan's martial power was weak. Therefore, all the restaurants and tea houses did not think much of the Lin clan. Even if Lin Yuma had suddenly emerged, and Lin Feng had staggered into the third round of the preliminaries, he was still somewhat famous. However, compared to the several major forces in Shirluo County, he was more than a few levels behind. Especially the battle between Lin Feng and Bai Qi. What a joke. How can someone from a Forge Master family win against a descendant of the Bai family? That's right. Bai Qi advanced first in the preliminaries, and now he's a level 3-star sector level being. Among all the participants in Shirluo County, who can beat him? Hey, just look at the odds. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all looking forward to the third round of the preliminaries. In the third round, there were only a few Star Lords left. As the level 2-star sector level warriors were no longer left, the competition officially entered the white-hot stage. There were only 2 rounds left, and the only 1,000 spots in Shirluo County would be decided. They would definitely fight to the death. Under everyone's expectations, the third round of the preliminaries began. The curtains slowly opened. In the dark star pool, breathe in. Lin Feng breathed evenly, and his face was calm. However, there was a slight frown on his face. The surrounding spatial energy was astonishingly dense, winding around his body like little fairies. The boiling pool water wrapped around Lin Feng's body and crazily surged into Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng no longer needed the protection of the rebirth flames. After more than a month of cultivation, he had already adapted to the intensity of the azure star pool. His skin became tougher, resisting the energy impact of the pool water. It was like tempering steel. These days, his body had also become stronger. However, Lin Feng still didn't look very happy. His expression was rather solemn. Slowly, Lin Feng exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. So difficult. It's only one step away, but it's still unreachable. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and jumped out of the Azure Star pool. During this period of time, although his body had been strengthened slightly by the Azure Star pool, his comprehension of the Azure Star pupil had reached a bottleneck. He had already absorbed enough space energy to overflow, and his comprehension of space was extremely profound. However, just like the Azure Star pupil back then, he was still a small step away. It was like there was a layer of gauze that he couldn't pierce through. Cultivation was like this. Just a little bit was a lot. There was no shortcut. He could only slowly comprehend it. Unfortunately, I can't make a breakthrough before the third round of the preliminaries. I can only use the third-grade Azure Star pupil to fight. Lin Feng nodded with a calm expression. Although he couldn't use self-state, the third-grade Azure Star pupil supported his body, which had already transformed. He had a good chance of defeating Bai Qi. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The third round of the preliminaries will begin in a few hours. It's not possible to make a breakthrough in just 6 hours. Let's go back to the residence to rest, adjust my state, and prepare. Lin Feng nodded and didn't force it. After stepping out of the Azure Star pool, Lin Feng's breathing was calm. Then, he opened the star crystal watch and heard the familiar beeping sound. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Most of the messages were words of encouragement and congratulations from the friends he made here, such as Li Hao, Jing Yuyu, and so on. Now, he had a big brother, Lin Zhan. But looking around, he still didn't see the most familiar name, Wan Macho. Strange. Since I came back, Brother One hasn't shown up. Logically speaking, he should have come to participate in the Vermilion Bird Challenge. It doesn't make sense that there is no news about him. Lin Feng pondered and felt puzzled. If he was in the state of cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate for a few years. But now it was the Vermilion Bird Challenge. Maybe he was delayed by something. Lin Feng murmured and didn't care too much. After all, it was different now. Wan Macho had a saint as his master, so it was unlikely that he was in danger. Then, he flipped through the messages and soon saw a message signed by Lin Yuma. The message was short, but it made Lin Feng smile warmly. Lindiga, do your best. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Lin Yuma's face suddenly appeared in his mind. In these days, he had already regarded Lin Yuma as a family member. Walking forward casually, Lin Feng dialed Lin Yuma's number. But at this moment, bang, an extremely strong aura came from not far away. Like a dragon coming out of the sea, the aura was extremely strong. Immediately, Lin Feng was shocked and his eyes flashed. This is... Lin Feng turned pale with fright. Sensing the aura, he actually felt a rather familiar energy. The energy of the Azure Star pupil. How is it possible? Besides me, there is someone else in the family who has the Azure Star pupil? And cold sweat dripped down Lin Feng's forehead. Although he was far away, he could still feel the terrifying energy. The power of the Azure Star pupil was much stronger than what he had. It was at least 2 levels higher. What a terrifying power. Who is it? Who has such a powerful Azure Star pupil? Lin Feng clenched his teeth and his eyes flashed. In an instant, Lin Feng looked into the distance and rushed towards the source of the aura. Lin Yuma's residence. After 3 months of training, Lin Yuma was preparing for the preliminaries that would take place in a few hours. Suddenly, the crystal watch on her wrist beeped. The clear sound made Lin Yuma's eyes flash. When she saw the name on the watch, Lin Yuma's beautiful face bloomed with a smile. He was the only one who could touch her heart. Lindiga? Lin Yuma opened her red lips and smiled. However, there was no sound from the other side of the watch. Lin Yuma was slightly surprised. Just as she was puzzled, she finally heard a familiar voice. Lam Tok Ti, you're not dead. Lin Feng's shocked voice came to her ears. Lin Yuma's eyes widened. As smart as she was, she immediately reacted. She had heard about the internal battle 3 months ago, but now, Lam Tok Ti was not dead. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Yuma rushed out like a gust of wind. Worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. She bit her lips lightly. Lindigo, please be safe. The blood pool was still the same blood pool. However, the blood pool was completely different now. Its color was much dimmer, just like the energy pools in the bloodline inheritance ground. In just 3 months, such a huge change had occurred. It was truly unbelievable. However, Lin Feng's gaze only lingered on the blood pool for a moment before he looked directly at the ugly figure above the blood pool. Lam Tok T's appearance was completely destroyed. However, a cultivator's aura would not change. Especially for a cultivator with keen senses like Lin Feng, the change in appearance did not affect him at all. Lin Feng. Lam Tok T hovered above the blood pool with a ferocious expression. He did not expect to run into Lin Feng right after the vast star eyes finished evolving and he had just entered the blood pool. This was the main culprit that caused his meticulous plan of 20 years to fail. Now it was right in front of him. I didn't expect you to be alive. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. This time, it was no small matter. It was completely different from 3 months ago. Although the aura imprint did not change, the strength of the aura had changed drastically. The most terrifying thing was those eyes. As if they could see through the heavens, they shone brightly. The vast star eyes energy that he had sensed just now originated from them. How can I bear to die before I kill you, you brat? Lam Tok T, Jie laughed strangely. The vast star eyes shone brightly, enveloping the entire blood pool. Lin Feng's face paled, and he immediately felt a heavy pressure. The hatred between them was as deep as the ocean. If they met again, they would definitely fight to the death. However, Lin Feng wanted to figure out one thing. Lam Tok T. Do you remember Lin Xiaotian? Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he looked at Lam Tok T without fear. In an instant, Lam Tok T narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. The energy of the vast star eyes loosened a lot. Lam Tok T's eyes kept changing. After a long time, he finally spoke. For more than a month, I couldn't figure it out. Lam Tok T looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression, and his eyes shone brightly. But now I understand, my good nephew. He understood immediately. Lam Tok T was indeed a formidable person. In terms of intelligence and courage, he was indeed better than Lin Zhan. They looked at each other. Lin Feng still couldn't see any change in Lam Tok T's expression, and he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. All this time, he didn't want to believe that it was true, but the facts in front of him again and again told him that what happened back then seemed to be just as his foster father said. I just want to ask you, back then, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. Why did you betray my father? Ha ha ha. Lam Tok T suddenly burst into laughter, and there was a hint of unscrupulousness in his smile. I didn't expect that my idiot big brother to still be alive and even left a bastard behind. Interesting, really interesting. Lam Tok T looked at Lin Feng and sneered. My good nephew, you want to test your second uncle? Lam Tok T pointed at his head and sneered. Compared to me, you're still too young. But I'm in a good mood today, so what's the harm in telling you? Lam Tok T's eyes were full of disdain. Back then, I betrayed your father. Chapter 9, 51. A Bolt from the Blue. Lin Feng had always refused to believe that this was true. But now that he heard Lam Tok T admit it with his own ears, he could no longer escape this fact. Just for the position of deputy clan leader, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stared at Lam Tok T with flames in his eyes. Lam Tok T smiled coldly. His ferocious smile was full of sarcasm. Stupid, you are really as stupid as my stupid brother. The position of deputy clan leader? Lam Tok T said disdainfully. Do you think your father will compete with me for this empty position? Moreover, do you think anyone can take the position of deputy clan leader? Let me tell you, in the whole Lin clan, who can compare with me? Lam Tok T. In terms of talent. His voice was extremely arrogant, but Lam Tok T was indeed qualified to say this. His talent wasn't exaggerated, it was the real deal. Therefore, Even if Lin Jun knew that Lam Tok Ti was ambitious, he still used him. Because he was indeed a rare talent. Lin Feng's chest kept rising and falling. Although he was extremely angry, he did not lose his mind. Yes, with his father's character, how could he compete with his younger brother for power? His character was the same as his father's. He was addicted to martial arts. How could he give up the cultivation of martial arts for the power of the secular world? Looking at the reincarnation, weren't he and Ayun just like his father and Lam Tok Ti in the past? The difference was that Ayun's personality was not as gloomy as Lam Tok Ti's. However, if it was not for the position of deputy clan leader, why would Lam Tok Ti betray his father? This did not make sense at all. It is your father, Lin Xiaodian, who is wrong. Lin Ran shouted angrily. I originally respected him a little, but who would have thought that he would choose Jia Yaju as his wife of all the women he could marry? Do you know who Jia Yaju is? She is the Heavenly Phoenix girl of the ancient Phoenix clan. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden? This was the first time Lin Feng had heard such a title. Does he think that the people of the ancient Phoenix clan won't be able to find him just because he's living in seclusion? What a joke. The ancient Phoenix clan won't let the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden go. Sooner or later, they'll find the Lin clan. As for me, all I did was bring this time forward by a minute. Lam Tok Ti's eyes flickered as he said coldly, if that weren't the case, as his brother, I would have been implicated, and my punishment would have been far more severe than Lin Jing's. In an instant, Lin Feng understood everything. It turned out that Lam Tok Ti did it to protect himself. From his personal standpoint, it was understandable. But you're so selfish. Lin Feng stared at Lam Tok Ti, his voice cold. You betrayed the people closest to you just because you were afraid of being implicated. Everything you said only proves that you are a cold-blooded and heartless person. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, but you're worse than a beast. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, unable to suppress his anger. His surging aura continued to rise. He knew very well that there had to be an end between him and Lam Tok Ti today. Whether it was him or him, they had different paths and could not work together. Jia Jia, Jia Jia, Jia Jia. Lam Tok Ti laughed sarcastically. What good worse than a beast? Lin Feng, do you have the right to say that? I betrayed my own brother, so I'm worse than a beast. What about you? You cold-blooded murdered your cousin and turned against your second uncle. Compared to me, you're much better. Lam Tok Ti's voice was like thunder. Lin Feng's mind went blank for a moment, and his rising battle intent was immediately disrupted. His heart trembled violently, and, at the moment of distraction, boom! The surrounding aura suddenly froze. A terrifying starry sky illusion spread out in the surroundings. Lin Feng only felt that the world was spinning, and the space had completely changed. It was as if he was trapped in layers of overlapping space. Lam Tok Ti's vast star eyes shone brightly, and he shouted indifferently, chaotic space. The power of the vast star eyes was completely unleashed. It had the power of level 5, which was 3 levels higher than Lin Feng's vast star eyes. What an advantage! Even compared to the vast star eyes, it was 2 levels higher. It could be said that Lam Tok Ti had the absolute advantage. That day, the reason why he lost to Lin Feng was because of the setback of Bai Mutong. But now he had completely suppressed Lin Feng. Not only was he suppressed, but he had also unleashed an overwhelming power. After absorbing in the blood pool for 3 months, the current Lam Tok Ti, he was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. It was quite terrifying. The power of the life spirit seems to be 1 level weaker than before. Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed coldly. Although he didn't know why Lin Feng's strength didn't improve, he didn't want to know the reason. He was never curious about the dead. Right now, he only needed to know how to increase his advantage and kill Lin Feng. That was enough. Let's start with you. Lam Tok Ti's killing intent was fully revealed. The humiliation he suffered that day, he would take it back one by one. Blood for blood. He, Lam Tok Ti, was not willing to admit defeat. Go to hell, Lin Feng. Lam Tok Ti's pupils completely exploded, and white light shone from the vast star eyes. The vast star eyes had reached the 5th level. Lam Tok Ti not only had the chaotic space, but also the original power of Bai Mu Tong. Now, it had evolved by 1 level. Vast star eyes, annihilation. Lam Tok Ti's power exploded wildly. In an instant, bang, his head shook, and Lin Feng bled from his 7 orifices. This was the most direct way to kill. It was a fundamental attack deep in the soul. In terms of the quality and strength of the life spirit, Lin Feng was inferior to Lam Tok Ti. Now, at the beginning of the battle, he was affected by Lam Tok Ti's words and was in a passive state. How could he be distracted for a moment in a battle? It's over. Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His soul was in excruciating pain, and his entire mind seemed to be enveloped. Time became extremely slow, and the surrounding space became illusory. It was as if he was in a desperate situation. A power that could blot out the sky and cover the earth gathered in all directions, enveloping him deeply. It was a power that could destroy everything. Even though he had 2 life spirits, this power was far too powerful and terrifying. It was far from what he could resist. His consciousness was on the verge of blurring. His body was shattered like porcelain. But no, how can I die? In an instant, Lin Feng's willpower exploded completely. His strong desire to live drove away all the negative emotions in his heart. I didn't do anything wrong. Maybe I'm covered in blood, but everything I do is worthy of my conscience. I'm worthy of the world. Lin Feng's eyes were extremely bright, and his face was slightly ferocious. He gritted his teeth, and the demon-devouring ring on his right middle finger flashed with a dazzling light. Soul-devouring technique. Lin Feng roared thunderously. The power of the Phoenix natal chart and the vast star eyes was instantly drawn and condensed into the vast star eyes. At this moment, the power of the vast star eyes rose from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Lin Feng's left ear, the jade scroll, jingled and dazzled with white light. The enhancement of the innate treasure allowed Lin Feng to condense his final counterattack. You want to kill me? Pay the price. Lin Feng's vast star eyes shone crazily. Deceleration of time. The power of time and the power of space collided in an instant. The origin of strength, the core of the world, had incomparable power. The star vault pupil, which had reached the peak of the 4th level, and with the help of Yu Miao, was able to forcibly resist the star vault pupil of the 5th level. Although it did not gain the upper hand, but bang! Lam Tok Ti's expression changed drastically, and his chest felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Lin Feng's counterattack was equally ferocious. The soul's attack was very dangerous. It hurt 1,000 enemies, but it also hurt oneself. It was the same for the vast star eyes. The evil annihilation might have strengthened the attack, but it did not mean that one would not be injured. Most importantly, although Lam Tok Ti's vast star eyes had reached the 5th level, it had only just reached the 5th level, and he had not fully grasped the true power of the vast star eyes. If it was 100% of its power, he could only unleash 60% of it. However, Lin Feng's injuries were much more serious. Despite the enhancement of the demon-devouring ring and the jade scroll, but the gap between innate and innate was something that could not be overcome. Rumble! After the attack, Lin Feng flew back like a kite with a broken string. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His face was extremely pale, and a thick mist of blood sprayed into the sky, as if it was raining blood. In the water curtain cave, bang, bang, it was Shui Linglong, who was cultivating. Her face turned pale immediately. What's going on? Why did my heart suddenly beat so fast? Shui Linglong gently stroked her full chest, and her beautiful eyes flashed with intense surprise. At this moment, the jade scroll on her right ear was jingling, as if it had sensed something. The sound was like the wind blowing on a bell, and it reverberated in Shui Linglong's ears. It was deeply imprinted in her heart. Could it be that something happened to Lin Feng? Shui Linglong's expression was extremely unsightly. Her body felt weak, and her eyelids twitched. Indeed, something happened. Crack! The jade scroll shattered again. It exhausted all its energy and even took a part of the direct attack of the fiendish annihilation in place of Lin Feng. Even a white innate treasure couldn't withstand such power. The devil-devouring ring on Lin Feng's right hand dimmed slightly, as if it had sensed the aura of its master's life spirit. It was extremely weak. Bah! Lam Tok Ti spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, and his face was ferocious. Lam Tok Ti forcibly stopped himself in the air, and his chest heaved up and down. Flames flickered in his eyes. This brat's talent is even better than his father's. He will definitely be a disaster in the future. His eyes were filled with killing intent. After fighting with Lin Feng twice, Lam Tok Ti knew how strong his opponent was. This brat must be eliminated. Don't blame me for being ruthless, little nephew. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for pretending to be kind and righteous, just like your father. It's disgusting just looking at you. Lam Tok Ti's eyes were cold and sharp. Like a strong gust of wind, he instantly rushed toward Lin Feng. Floating in the air, Lam Tok Ti looked at Lin Feng, who had already lost all consciousness. He clenched his fists, and dense flames instantly condensed in his hands. Thank me. I even specially held a cremation for you. Farewell, little nephew. Lam Tok Ti's lips curved into a cold smile. He didn't show any mercy at all. The two extremely explosive fireballs were like his terrifying eyes, completely exploding. Bang! They shot toward Lin Feng. Chapter 952. It was a sure death situation. In fact, just like what Lam Tok Ti saw, Lin Feng was already on the verge of death and had completely lost consciousness. The terrifying attack that he had never seen before was aimed directly at his life soul. It was as if he had been stabbed in the heart. The life soul focused on attacking, while the mortal soul focused on defense. Regardless of how strong Lin Feng's life soul was, it couldn't withstand the direct collision. Even Lam Tok Ti, who had 5 levels of Star Sky Eyes, was severely injured, let alone Lin Feng, who only had 3 levels of Star Sky Eyes. Even if he used the soul-devouring technique and exhausted the power of Star Sky Eyes, it would be useless even if Yu Miao protected him. Lin Feng was severely injured. However, Lam Tok Ti had always been too cautious. His flashing eyes were bright and terrifying. No matter what, he always remained calm. However, sometimes such excessive calmness wasn't really that good. Lin Feng's counterattack before his death made Lam Tok Ti feel a little scrupulous. He chose to bombard him with flames from a high altitude instead of killing him at close range because of that detail. Lam Tok Ti was afraid that Lin Feng had some tricks up his sleeve. However, he didn't know that Lin Feng was just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered at this moment. The only difference was that this lamb that was about to be slaughtered was not afraid of anything. Flames. Boom. The monstrous fireball condensed Lam Tok Ti's crazy power and blasted towards Lin Feng. However, compared to his Star Sky Eyes, the power of the flames was really unbearable, even though it was almost all of his power. However, it was still not enough. Crash! The surging flames of rebirth appeared in a flash. At the instant that the fireball burned Lin Feng's body, the flames of rebirth appeared spontaneously. Lin Feng, who was unconscious, did not have any control over it. Hence, the power of the flames of rebirth was far less than normal. However, it was, after all, a top-notch flame that had reached the 2nd level of the star technique. It was far from comparable to Lam Tok Ti's ordinary flames. Bang! The flames of rebirth roared. It instantly devoured Lam Tok Ti's fireball. The latter's eyes shone rapidly, and it was beyond his expectations. He actually has a connate treasure that can protect him on its own. Lam Tok Ti gnashed his teeth, treating Lin Feng's flame of rebirth as a connate treasure. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. He secretly cursed that old fox Lin Jun for being willing to give such a treasure to Lin Feng. When had his son, Lin Feng, ever received such treatment? You can make it through the first day, but you can't make it through the 15th. If you don't want to be cremated, then I will personally send you on your way, little nephew. Lin Kuei's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light. Like a sharp arrow, he fell from the sky like a madman. A terrifying aura erupted. However, Lam Tok Ti still had some scruples about Lin Feng. Hence, he did not use the damaged vast star eyes to launch another attack, for fear that his soul that had just transformed would be severely injured again. However, it was precisely this cautiousness that gave Lin Feng the only chance of survival. Am I still alive? Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head. However, he immediately recovered from the shock. The collision of their souls had directly knocked him out, but the appearance of the flames of rebirth woke Lin Feng up like the sound of a bell. This time, it was as if he had been enlightened and suddenly woke up. The vast star eyes were severely injured, but there was still some power left, even though it was affected by the soul-devouring technique. The existence of two life spirits made Lin Feng different from ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. It gave him another chance. And this chance, even Lin Feng himself did not expect. It would come so quickly. It's Lam Tok Ti. Lin Feng's consciousness instantly returned, and he felt the shocking power coming from above. The vast star eye's power was still terrifying, and it completely enveloped the surrounding area. Lam Tok Ti gave up on the distance, and a battle saber appeared in his hand. The sky blue starlight was dazzling. It was the blue effulgence weapon, indigo radiance. The effulgence weapon flashed coldly, and a strong flame was added, condensing Lam Tok Ti's killing intent. He wanted to use the most direct method to kill Lin Feng, to vent the hatred in his heart. But he was one step too late. If Lam Tok Ti had already made up his mind in the first attack, Lin Feng would have already died. However, Lin Feng had already awakened. He would not give up until the last moment. Devouring blood technique. Lying on the ground like a corpse, Lin Feng's eyes shone crazily. The devil-devouring ring in his hand shone brightly, and it increased again, but this time it increased his strength and astral power. His blood was boiling, and his astral power surged. Lin Feng, who already had star sector-level astral power, was now only slightly weaker than Lam Tok Ti. However, the 3 levels of devouring fire were enough to eliminate all disadvantages. If I die, let's die together, Lin Feng shouted angrily. The devouring fire gathered in his hand, and as his blood boiled, it clashed with Lam Tok Ti's effulgence weapon, indigo radiance. One was the main attacker, and the other was the main attacker, and he was fearless in the face of death. The well-matched collision caused a violent earthquake in the blood pool. Boom! Kaboom! The sound of crazy explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth. At the entrance of the bloodline inheritance ground. Quick! Lin Jun's eyes shone brightly, and his voice was like a bell. What a terrifying explosion of power! Lin Jun's eyes shone brightly behind him. Lindigo, please be safe. Lin Yuma pursed her lips, and her face was pale. She had a bad feeling, and a chill ran down her spine. She was lucky to meet Lin Jun and Lin Zhan. Hearing Lin Yuma's words, she immediately put down everything and rushed to the bloodline inheritance ground. To Lin Jun, this was very important. He could not give Lam Tok Ti any chance to breathe. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the blood pool, 2 figures separated from each other amidst the explosion. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were not light. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was so injured that he couldn't even move an inch. He was already like a corpse. Now, both his soul and his body were like shattered jade. He didn't have any strength left. Although his body and devouring fire were stronger than Lam Tok Ti's. But under the pressure of the vast star eyes, Lam Tok Ti had the upper hand. It was true that Lam Tok Ti's martial god power was not strong, but more importantly, the devouring fire was strong enough. However, he only had the power to counterattack once. Now, it was an extravagant hope for Lin Feng to even move. He was seriously injured. Damn it! Lam Tok Ti roared crazily. However, he did not expect that this battle, which had no suspense at all, would actually be so difficult. Lin Feng was like a piece of sticky candy, tough and difficult to deal with. No matter how he attacked, he was still hanging on by a breath. Lam Tok Ti was hysterical. He gritted his teeth and did not think about the consequences. He could not let a threat like Lin Feng live. Vast star eyes exterminate. In the sky, Lam Tok Ti's eyes shone with a cold light. The terrifying attack once again blasted towards Lin Feng, who was already unable to fight back. However, Lam Tok Ti woke up too late. Again and again, the second weakened and the third exhausted. He lost 2 chances to attack, and the third, was there still a chance? It's all up to you. Hong Ling, Lin Feng muttered weakly. A red light flashed in front of Lin Feng's eyes, and an incomparably huge red-scaled dragon appeared out of nowhere, blocking Lin Feng's path. At that moment, when Lam Tok Ti's vast star eyes attacked, Hong Ling's appearance broke the balance of the battle. What? Lam Tok Ti's expression changed. The vast star eyes attack could not be changed. It entered Hong Ling's body and exploded. Roar! Hong Ling let out a heart-wrenching roar, and his huge body trembled violently. Although he was at the star sector level, his soul power was not very strong. Fortunately, Hong Ling's bloodline was outstanding, and his soul's defense was much stronger than that of a human's. He was not killed by the attack. Moreover, Lam Tok Ti was not in his best condition. Pong! The red silk violently writhed, but it spat out a violent flame from its mouth, directly towards Lin Quan. Although it was not as strong as Lin Feng's fire of devouring and fire of rebirth, it was still a special type of fiend beast, and its flame attack was better than Lam Tok Ti's. Damn beast! Lam Tok Ti's face was twisted. Soul attacks were different from physical attacks. No matter how weak the opponent was, every attack of the soul would consume some energy. As the saying went, if you hurt the enemy, you would hurt yourself. Moreover, the star sector level Hong Ling was not weak at all. At this moment, he was about to attack again to kill this beast and then Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lam Tok Ti's expression changed, and he looked toward the entrance of the blood pool. The 5th level of the vast star eyes was extremely sensitive. Lam Tok Ti was shocked. He felt 3 powerful auras approaching rapidly. He was very familiar with 2 of them. They were of the same origin as him. 2 vast star eyes, damn it. Lam Tok Ti gritted his teeth. The vast star eyes shone and firmly bound the space. Lam Tok Ti's expression changed rapidly. He avoided the violent flames and made a decision in an instant. He obviously couldn't stay here any longer. Once he was blocked by Lin Jun and Lin Zhan with his current state, even if he could kill the 2 of them, he would definitely die together with them. What he was most afraid of was that the members of the Lin clan would arrive one after another. By then, even if he had the ability to reach the heavens, he would not be able to turn the tables. He could not become a turtle in a jar. Damn it! Lam Tok Ti stared fiercely at Lin Feng, whose fate was unknown, and felt his heart twist. He knew that at this moment, he no longer had the chance to take Lin Feng's life. Although it was a pity, but there was no other way. You won't be so lucky next time, little nephew. Lam Tok Ti's eyes shone brightly as he gritted his teeth. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, he sped away like a gust of wind. To Lam Tok Ti, his own safety was always his #1 priority. He left? Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, feeling exhausted. He did not even have the strength to use the rainbow staff to summon the 100 poison-color python. Fortunately, his contracted magical beast, Hong Ling, blocked the attack of the vast star eyes at the critical moment and saved his life. Although he did not know why Lam Tok Ti chose to leave when he had the upper hand, but now it seemed that he was still alive. He had survived a disaster, and at this moment, Linda Gu, a familiar voice, rang in his ears. It sounded like she was crying. Even if he only heard the voice, he could clearly recognize that it was his sister, Lin Yuma. But why was she here? Lin Feng was curious and suddenly recalled. I see. Lin Feng smiled weakly. Finally, he loosened his tense nerves. Feeling that familiar presence hugging him tightly, Lin Feng's heart calmed down. All the exhaustion rushed into his mind, and his consciousness slowly became blurry. He fell into a coma. Chapter 953. Bloodline Inheritance Land. At this moment, Lin Feng was soaking in an energy pool. Mist filled the air. Lin Jun and Lin Zhan, father and son, frowned slightly as they stood by the side, guarding him. Lin Yin and Lin Zhong, the master and disciple who had rushed over, also had grave expressions on their faces. However, the one who was the most depressed and sorrowful was undoubtedly Lin Yuma. Her beautiful eyes had long been swollen from crying. Her tear-stained face was pitiful. All along, Lin Yuma had been very strong because she was alone. But now, the softest part of her heart was filled with concern. It's about time. Lin Jun sighed and broke the silence. No matter what, let's go participate in the Vermilion Bird Challenge first. As for other things, Lin Jun frowned deeply. He had no idea what to do. We can only take one step at a time. Looking at Lin Feng in the pool, Lin Jun nodded. We'll make further plans after Lin Feng wakes up. Indeed, it was about time. Everyone had stayed in the Bloodline Inheritance Land for a few hours. Now, Shiluo Prefecture was bustling with excitement. After 3 months, the long-awaited Vermilion Bird Challenge began once again. The third round of the preliminaries, which was also the penultimate round, was highly anticipated. At this moment, there were only 3 people participating in the Vermilion Bird Challenge: Lin Zhan, Lin Feng, and Lin Yuma. Among them, Lin Zhan had a level 3-star sector-level strength when he registered, so he did not need to participate in the first 3 rounds of the preliminaries. Lin Feng was seriously injured and unconscious. Lin Zhan naturally did not mention this to him. Among everyone, only Lin Yuma was going to participate. But I'm sorry, clan leader. Lin Yuma shook her head sadly. She stared at Lin Feng and didn't look away. To her, all the fame and reputation were not important. The most important thing was to stay by Lin Feng's side, support him, and protect him. She did not want to repeat what had happened more than 20 years ago. She had lost all her family members that time. This time, she did not want to repeat the same mistake. Moreover, she didn't have the heart to continue fighting. Lin Jun's expression changed slightly, but he also felt that it was difficult. He exchanged a glance with Lin Yin, who shook his head. The two of them had watched Yuma grow up and were very clear about her character. Yuma was actually a very persistent girl. She rarely changed her mind once she decided on something, especially now that the one who was seriously injured was Lin Feng. Standing in her position, she could empathize with her. No one could persuade her, except, "I'm fine, Yuma." A weak voice sounded, startling everyone. Lin Feng, who had been unconscious for a few hours, slowly opened his eyes in the recovery pool that was filled with dense aura. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and smiled weakly. As soon as he regained consciousness, he heard everyone's conversation. Lin Feng looked at Yuma, who was pleasantly surprised, and said softly, "I've made you worry." This short sentence instantly made Yuma smile with tears in her eyes. Tianqing after the rain. She was happier than anything else when she saw Lin Feng wake up safe and sound. The heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. The expressions of everyone, including Lin Jun, relaxed, and the heavy atmosphere immediately eased. No matter how big the problem was, there was a solution. Now that Lin Feng had woken up safe and sound, it was undoubtedly a good sign. That really is lamb talk tea. Lin Jun frowned. Damn it, we still let him escape. Lin Zhan clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. On the way into the blood pool, everyone saw the ugly freak dashing toward the entrance. At that time, Lin Jun and Lin Zhan had chased after him, but he still escaped in the end. At that time, they felt that the aura of the ugly freak was very familiar, but they didn't dare to be sure. Actually, it might not be a bad thing. Lin Feng said slowly. Lin Jun and Lin Zhan were stunned. Letting Lamb Tok Tea escape was considered a good thing? Looking at Lin Jun and Lin Zhan, Lin Feng said seriously, "Lamb Tok Tea is no longer the same as before. Although we don't know what happened to him, we can be sure that his strength has improved greatly, especially his vast star pupil. It has already reached the 5th level. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. If Lam Tok Ti had really been stopped at that time, with Lin Jun and Lin Zhan's strength, the possibility of them defeating Lam Tok Ti was extremely slim. Perhaps they could cause great harm to Lam Tok Ti, but the greater possibility was that both of them would be killed. Regarding Lam Tok Ti's strength, he was the most qualified to make a conclusion. If Lam Tok Ti's vast star pupil was only at the 4th level, with the power of his vast star pupil, combined with Yu Miao and the soul-devouring technique, he might be able to put up a fight. However, the 5th level of the vast star pupil was too far away from him. Thinking about that battle, Lin Feng was shocked. He was already very lucky to be able to keep his life. During the entire battle, he had no hope of winning at all. He had been barely holding on. Thinking about it, if Yuma and the others hadn't come in time, he would probably have died. The 5th level of the vast star pupil was too powerful. It was far beyond what he could handle. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Vast star pupil, 5th level. No way. Especially Lin Jun, who was dumbfounded and muttered, "How is it possible?" Looking at the history of the clan, the number of warriors who have cultivated the 5th level of the vast star pupil can be counted on one hand. That is a 1st-grade pupil. Only the most talented warriors can have it. Moreover, how can Lam Tok Ti have the vast star pupil? Lin Jun couldn't understand. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. He was also puzzled. His eyes flashed, but I think it has something to do with the blood pool. Previously, Lam Tok Ti's pupil was clearly the White Mu pupil. Even if he had 2 pupils like him, why didn't he use it during the first decisive battle? Obviously, Lam Tok Ti's opportunity came during these 3 months. And during these 3 months, Lam Tok Ti was in the blood pool. No wonder. Lin Zhan nodded. His eyes were light. When we were chasing him, we felt as if the space was distorted and the restriction was very serious. If that's true, then we're in trouble. Lin Zhan frowned and said slowly, Lam Tok Ti is a very ambitious person. If used well, he is an indestructible sword. But if not, he is a demonic sword that devours people's souls. With his intelligence and methods, plus his current strength, I'm afraid we're in for a headache. Lin Jin sighed. They originally thought that the civil war was over. Who would have thought that Lam Tok Ti was still alive? With such a meticulous enemy behind their backs, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully for a long time. Hiding in the shadows, no one knew what Lam Tok Ti's next move would be. But one thing was for sure. It was definitely not a good thing. Whether it was an individual or a family, it was a huge threat. We should still have some time to plan. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Oh. Lin Jun suddenly looked at Lin Feng. Although I was heavily injured in this battle, Lam Tok Ti was also heavily injured. With his personality, Lin Feng paused and said slowly, he will definitely find a place to rest and recover. He will only appear after he recovers from all his injuries and stabilizes his current strength. After all, we are the ones who are anxious, not him. Lin Feng nodded. He understood Lam Tok Ti more and more. From this battle, one could tell what kind of person he was. He was very cautious and careful. He liked to do things that he had more confidence in, rather than take risks. This was his strength, but at the same time, it was also his weakness. Both sides of the blade were different. Every personality had its advantages and disadvantages. In this battle, if Lam Tok Ti had been willing to give and sacrifice a little, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until Yuma and the others arrived. This was definitely the closest he had ever been to death. I understand. Lin Jun nodded thoughtfully. He had known Lin Jun for so long, so he could understand what Lin Feng was saying. Lin Jun let out a long sigh. He felt a little helpless. No matter what, it had already happened. What he should think about now was how to solve it. Let's go. Let's go back and gather everyone for a meeting. Lin Jin's expression was solemn. Lin Yin and Lin Zhong nodded. They didn't have any objections. Lin Jin looked at Lin Yuma and nodded. Since Lin Feng is fine, Yuma, Can you go to the competition with peace of mind now? Yes, don't worry. I'll be there for you. Lin Zhan patted his chest and said casually, as long as you stay in this recovery pool for 2 more days, I guarantee that you'll have a lively little lover. Lin Yuma's face instantly turned red. Lin Zhan had spoken without thinking. Lin Feng also smiled helplessly. His personality had always been like this. However, Lin Yuma was still hesitant. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng hesitantly. She gently bit her cherry lips, obviously still worried. Go, Yuma. Lin Feng smiled slightly. His eyes moved slightly. He felt the life force contained in the recovery pool continuously seeping into his body. The injuries he had suffered in the battle with Lam Tok Ti had mostly healed. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I'll also participate later. What? Everyone was stunned. They all looked at each other and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. A few hours ago, Lin Feng was on the verge of death. But now, he said that he wanted to participate? What a joke. Linda Guyu? Lin Yuma looked at Lin Feng with worry in her eyes. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin Feng nodded slowly. His eyes shone brightly. In the battle with Lam Tok Ti, his soul was mostly injured, especially since the Starry Sky pupil was the main point of attack. At this moment, he had already lost the ability to sense it. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was as if he had suffered a serious injury and was completely unconscious. However, the injuries on his body were not that serious. Moreover, he had the phoenix blood. Even if he did not stay in this recovery pool, it would not be difficult for him to recover. If it were an ordinary competition, it would not matter. However, since he had promised to fight with Bai Qi, he could not break the promise, especially this battle. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Bai Qi was the first opponent who had defeated him since he stepped into the 9 provinces. Today's preliminaries, to him, was very important. Chapter 954. Arena number 10. The arena was still as crowded as ever, and it was extremely lively. After entering the 3rd round of the preliminaries, there were fewer and fewer matches being held in each arena. After all, with each round of elimination, the number of people was halved again and again. However, the ticket prices were doubled again and again. The enthusiasm was unstoppable, whether it was in Sherluo Prefecture, Vermilion Bird Continent, or even the entire 9 provinces. Martial arts was always the unchanging theme. Battles between saints were rare even for Star Sector level martial artists, let alone ordinary people. The most top-level battles that most people could see were Star Sector level battles. This kind of battle, where life and death were not restricted, was even more exciting. After entering the 3rd round of the preliminaries, there were not many Star Lords left. Star Sector level battles were everywhere, and everyone was looking forward to it. In the Martial Artists Lounge, there weren't many of them. There were only about 300 of them. Many of the martial artists fought with injuries. After all, the rules of the preliminaries were too brutal. Not many martial artists could enter the 3rd round unscathed. Bai Qi had arrived at the lounge early. He sat cross-legged in the corner quietly, emitting a clear aura. Do you feel it? What a terrifying fighting spirit. Fortunately, my opponent is not Bai Qi. Otherwise, I would have just admitted defeat. Don't you feel that in these 3 months, Bai Qi seems to have become a lot stronger? Yes. His aura is completely different. Everyone was discussing in whispers. Everyone knew that Bai Qi was strong, and now he was even stronger. The original Bai Qi gave off a carefree feeling, but now his aura was completely different. He was like a sleeping tiger that was gradually revealing its fangs. His white hair was slightly messy, and his body was more muscular. His lines were quite perfect. Dong! The clear sound of a bell rang out. Suddenly, Bai Qi opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. Everyone around felt a chill in their hearts. They felt a strong pressure. The surrounding space was completely suppressed, and it was quite uncomfortable. What a strong spatial pressure. Oh my God, is this Bai Qi's true strength? What a monster. I'm afraid his opponent today will be scared witless. Those who could still stand here today were all outstanding figures in Sherluo Prefecture, and they still had this level of insight. The Bai family of the Clouds District was one of the top families in Shirluo County. Their current leader, Pulsatilla Wang, was one of the 9 giants, and his words carried enormous weight in the Clouds District. His family had inherited the Swallow constellation, the Tao of the War God, and his body had a rare, special bone structure. Different from the special eyes, all the special bones and tendons, all of them had powerful combat abilities. As for the Lin clan, it was true that they possessed 2 types of pupils. However, the first was that their bloodline was weak. The second was that regardless of whether it was the vast star pupil or the vast star pupil, they were not very useful in battle. The vast star pupil's ability was imitation, while the vast star pupil's ability was comprehension. However, the first gray bone of the Bai family, the white swallow bone, had the ability of Cloud Swallow Body. It was quite valiant. Over the past month, Bai Chi had received the teachings of the saint, Madame Bai. He was no longer the same as before. The ringing of the bell meant that the 3rd round of the preliminaries was about to begin. However, Bai Chi had no intention of entering the arena. Instead, he stared at the light door of the warrior lounge. He was waiting. He was waiting for someone, an opponent who could truly draw out all of his combat abilities. Time passed slowly. The roars in the arena were like thunder, full of passion. In the warrior lounge, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Bai Chi looked straight ahead, his body standing upright like a pine tree, making the people around him feel suffocated. Will Lin Feng not come? Who knows? If it were me, I would also hide. What a joke. I would lose to Bai Chi no matter how I fight. That's right. A mere Star Lord warrior shouldn't fake injuries. At least he has an excuse to preserve his reputation and dignity. Judging others by their own standards, everyone's thoughts were naturally based on their own intentions. However, Bai Chi was as still as a mountain. Although the bell had been ringing for a long time, he did not waver at all. He knew clearly that Lin Feng would definitely come. At that moment, the door of light flashed under everyone's gaze. A black figure slowly arrived. He was still as calm and composed as before, with a faint smile on his face. Sorry, I was delayed by something. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he looked ahead. The moment he entered, he had already deeply felt the pressure of this powerful aura. It was completely different from the previous Bai Chi. The Bai Chi in front of him gave him a feeling quite dangerous. The people around him whispered to each other. Lin Feng was still not wearing his star armor. He was quite arrogant. You're injured? Bai Chi frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed. With his strength, he naturally noticed that Lin Feng's aura was different. Perhaps other people would be overjoyed to learn that their opponent was injured. However, Bai Chi was not like that. He had risked his life to train under the saint, Madame Bai. He had gone through many trials and tribulations, all for the sake of fighting Lin Feng fair and square. He wanted to fight Lin Feng, who was also in peak condition, just like he was now. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal, Lin Feng said indifferently. These words made the cultivator who said that Lin Feng was faking his injury and did not dare to participate in the competition blush. It seems it's not a small injury. Bai Chi hesitated for a moment and said slowly, Why don't I ask the assembly if we can fight another day? Lin Feng smiled, knowing that he could not hide it from Bai Chi. However, a competition was a competition. There were rules, and there was no reason to break them. After all, he was not the only one who was injured. No need. Lin Feng shook his head indifferently. At that moment, the bell rang again. It was the second time the bell rang, urging the participants to enter the arena. Lin Feng looked at Bai Chi with bright eyes and said with a smile, Don't go easy on me because I'm injured. I'm afraid that you will find excuses to lose. Okay. Bai Chi's eyes sparkled as he nodded. Brother Lin, since you asked, I have no choice but to do my best. The two of them looked at each other, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in their eyes. They were evenly matched. Ta. Lin Feng and Bai Chi landed on the arena one after another. Because Bai Chi was assigned a number, the two of them were in the first match of the 3rd round of preliminaries. Everyone's attention was on them. Oh, Hua Yi Dao, who was sitting in the upper seat, looked at the two with bright eyes. With his strength, he could see through the two of them. Originally, Bai Qi's strength was slightly inferior to his son, Huawei. However, his aura had completely transformed. It was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. It felt very different. It seems like he received guidance from the sage, Madame Bai. Huai Dao thought to himself and sighed slightly. Even though the Moonlight Saber sect was famous in the North Creek district, it was still inferior to the Bai clan. The lack of a sage was the most fatal flaw. Having a backer and not having one were two completely different things. But this Lin Feng, what's going on? Huai Dao was confused. He vaguely remembered that Lin Feng had defeated Lin Fan in the second round of preliminaries. However, he was inexplicably injured. Huai Dao could sense it clearly. In fact, Lin Feng was injured in his soul. The soul, regardless of whether it was a heavenly god with a main soul or a heavenly martial artist with a main soul, was a fundamental existence. The aura that a martial artist could sense was mainly the power of the soul and the feeling brought about by their strength. Lin Feng's Starry Sky pupil was injured. However, the Starry Sky pupil, which was connected to the natal soul, was weak now. He had just used the soul-devouring technique not long ago. How could he not be weak? Although the recovery pool in the land of bloodline inheritance was very effective, it mostly healed the body. The recovery of the soul was relatively weak. In fact, in the entire 9 provinces, there were very few star fruits and star pills that could heal the soul. They were extremely precious. The soul-returning fruit that Lin Feng had seen in the 100 waterfalls was extremely precious in the land of the 9 provinces. However, this was not an excuse. Although I can't use the Starry Sky pupil, and the Starry Sky pupil is greatly limited, my body is already recovered by more than half. Lin Feng said softly. He clenched his fists and felt his strength recover. He was very confident. At least, Bai Qi was not a heavenly soul master. He did not need to compete with a natal soul master. Therefore, although he was at a disadvantage, it was not a fundamental disadvantage. When he was in Yinling, he relied on his spear technique and the strength of a heavenly martial artist to survive. Now he still had great power. In the arena, the cheers were like thunder. The seats were densely packed with people, and they were looking forward to the opening battle of the 10th Gladiator Arena. Go, Bai Qi. I'm betting everything on you winning. Me too. Haha, kill that Lin Feng. Show him the strength of the Bai family of the Clouds District. That's right. That Lin Feng is nothing. He's just a peak Star Lord. He's not worth mentioning. Kill him, Bai Qi. Roars mixed together. The spectators were in an uproar, but it was clear that the majority of them supported Bai Qi. Only a small number of warriors supported Lin Feng. Most of them were betting on the dark horse. After all, Lin Feng's odds were ridiculously low. According to the strength comparison announced before the competition, Bai Qi's strength was 3rd stage star sector level. As for Lin Feng, he was only a peak Star Lord. It was not as simple as 3 levels. It was a full level difference. Bai Qi had a huge advantage. Lin Feng will definitely win. Don't you think so, Hao Zi? In the crowd, a beautiful girl pouted. Her sparkling earrings sparkled. It was Jing Yuyu. Of course. Boss Lin Feng is invincible. Li Hao laughed. Lin Feng can win? Ha, what a joke. That's right. How capable can a blacksmith family be? Mocking laughter erupted from the surroundings. Suddenly, Happy's complexion paled. He had just retorted, but in an instant, he was surrounded by a group of cultivators. They were Jing Yuyu's guards. Humph! Jing Yuyu pouted and ignored them. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the arena. At this moment, in the dense crowd, a man in a black cloak was looking at the arena. His eyes sparkled with a bright light. Chapter 955. No matter how the spectators looked or evaluated, it was useless. The key was still the martial artist's own strength. Who was strong and who was weak, only by fighting would they know. Back off! The martial artist in charge shouted. Lin Feng and Bai Qi looked at each other, their eyes flashing. The two of them leaped back at the same time. After separating from each other, their battle intense surged. A purple light flashed in Lin Feng's hand, making a buzzing sound. Purple aura weapon, amethyst spear. This time, it's up to you. Lin Feng held the amethyst spear and felt a slight distraction. During the qualifying round, he fought with Bai Qi. In terms of spear arts and spear arts, he was better than Bai Qi. The reason he lost that day was because he was too weak. But today, he was a peak Star Lord. His life spirit star power was 2 levels higher than others of the same level. Although he was weaker than Bai Qi, who was a star realm level 3, it was not an insurmountable gap. Especially his star power control, it was very strong. Clang! A white light flashed like a dancing snake. A soft sword appeared in Bai Qi's hand. It was completely different from the one in the qualifying round. White aura weapon, serene snake. A gift from a saint, Madame Bai. In terms of grade, it was better than the amethyst spear. Looking at each other, their battle intent was incomparably strong. Now, I announce, the martial artist in charge made a hand gesture and shouted, "Let the battle begin." Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding audience erupted into thunderous shouts. At the same time, Lin Feng and Bai Qi leapt out from the arena at the same time. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they charged towards each other. Without prior agreement, they chose close combat. Good. Bai Qi's eyes lit up. What he loved the most was this kind of close combat. He could use Swallow's strongest battle advantage to win with speed and agility. You think my sword technique is still at level 2? You underestimate me too much, Lin Feng. Bai Qi made a hand gesture and sword intent surged. Sword initiation realm, level 3. But what? Bai Qi's expression changed. Impossible. The long spear in front of him suppressed him in terms of force as soon as the battle began. Lin Feng's spear initiation realm was a level higher than his. The 4th stage. No, it's still the 3rd level, but it's already very close to the 4th level. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and shouted. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng's spear technique would rise so quickly. In an instant, Bai Qi's sword technique suddenly changed. The serene snake danced, containing a dense constellation power. He was like a swallow flying nimbly in the air. His nimble body made full use of space. As his body moved, the soft sword in his hand was not affected at all. It was a perfect fit with his movement technique. However, the flames in front of him were overwhelming. Bai Qi frowned as he felt the terrifying energy that seemed to want to devour everything. The subtle space dodging was completely useless. If it was only a spear attack, he would naturally be able to block and evade it and display his advantage. However, the indiscriminate attacks of the surging flames made it impossible for him to evade, unless he retreated backwards. However, if he did so, even if he won, it would not be glorious. If he lost, it would be even more shameful. Good. Bai Qi's eyes lit up as he gritted his teeth. Since he could not evade, then he would face it head-on. He did not believe that Lin Feng could withstand such an indiscriminate attack for long. When he exhausted his star power, he would be able to quickly counterattack and take control of the situation. However, it was obvious that Bai Qi had underestimated Lin Feng. Although it was an indiscriminate attack, Lin Feng's fire control was terrifyingly strong. The current Lin Feng was no longer the 1-star general for the qualifying round. The current Lin Feng was 100 times stronger than before. Boom! The amethyst spear brought out the flames. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The indiscriminate attack of the engulfing flames was forcing Bai Qi to give up on his most proficient battle technique. Using movement to evade, displaying agility and speed, was the battle technique of the Swallow Constellation martial artists. During the qualifying round, he had experienced it. Battle was to use one's advantage to attack the opponent's weakness. The 12 southern constellations of the 2 war god constellations, one was the Indian constellation, the other was the Swallow constellation. They both pursued power, but the definition of power was different from each other. The power of the Indian constellation was hard power, yang power, while the power of the Swallow constellation was soft power, yin power. And now, he was forcing Bai Qi to use soft power to meet force with force. Go engulfing flames. Lin Feng shouted. The amethyst spear roared, rolling up the surrounding engulfing flames and attacking Bai Qi. The original power was increased by a few times. This was the ability to control fire. But in front of him, although Bai Qi was forced to fight, he was not weak. A ray of blue light flashed, and a strong elemental power dispersed the flames. It was like a spider web, freezing the flames one by one and sticking them together. Less than 30% of the flames could pass through the spider web. Blue defensive treasure, spider web cover. Bai Qi shouted. The soft sword in his hand, serene snake, activated the third stage of the sword realm, and in a split second clashed with Lin Feng. Both attack and defense, but 10 consecutive fireballs. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The moment the engulfing flames were restricted, Lin Feng changed his move. His reaction speed in battle was quite strong. With his free right hand, he continuously shot out 10 fireballs with astonishing power. However, they were not aimed at Bai Qi, but at the dense spider web. Pong, pong, pong. The sound of explosions rang out continuously, and the repulsion between the flames of rebirth and the engulfing flames increased their power. Using the flames of rebirth to trigger the power. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And at this moment, Lin Feng's spear technique exploded out at the same time. Flame-moving spear art, second style. The amethyst spear pierced out. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Following the destruction of the spider web cover, the remaining engulfing flames exploded out with extreme power. One victory, one victory, one victory. Like dominoes, they completely suppressed Bai Qi. The power of a flexible sword was not as strong as a long spear. Furthermore, Lin Feng's spear realm was much higher than Bai Qi's. If not for the fact that his strength was slightly lower, Bai Qi would have been defeated by this attack. In terms of battle experience, he was far from Lin Feng's. Pong! An intense explosion. The strong reaction force instantly separated the two of them. In the spectator stands, the thunderous voices suddenly stopped. Everyone had personally witnessed the first direct collision, and Bai Qi, who they supported, was actually at a disadvantage. Lin Feng retreated less than 10 meters before stabilizing his body. On the other hand, Bai Qi was like a kite with a broken string flying backwards. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. It can't be this. How is this possible? Isn't Bai Qi too weak? Everyone was stunned, and most of them had pale faces. After all, the vast majority of martial artists had placed their bets on Bai Qi. They seemed to have forgotten that in the previous 2 rounds, Lin Feng was also a big upset, and his odds were even lower than this round. It was not that Bai Qi was weak. It was that Lin Feng was too strong. 100 consecutive fire cannon bullets. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Take his life while he is weak. How could he not grasp such a great opportunity? He crazily gathered the engulfing fire in his hand. The feeling of the fire was extremely strong, and like a meteor shower, it whistled down towards Bai Qi, who was still flying backwards. Whoosh! The fire was completely released, and Lin Feng flew out. Stepping in the air, the amethyst spear clanged, and in an instant, he attacked continuously. Then he attacked Bai Qi. He had the advantage. He did not care about the consumption of the engulfing fire, because this was destined to be a quick battle. Lin Feng was very clear that even though his body had mostly recovered, the vast star pupil was still in a weakened state, and it would be difficult for him to fight for a long time. He had to end this battle quickly. Once this battle dragged on, he was afraid that his strength would fall short of his desire. The life spirit was very important. Boom, boom, boom. It rapidly exploded. The sky seemed to be devoured by the engulfing fire, and it was dyed red. Everyone in the audience held their breaths and stared at the arena, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Feng was so strong. They could not tell in the first 2 rounds, but this time, it was different. Facing Bai Qi, who was ranked first in the qualifiers, Lin Feng still had the upper hand, and his opponent could not fight back at all. However, Not everyone thought so. Hua Yidao's eyes flashed, and he made a sound. Lin Feng, this little guy, has such a terrifying body. Compared to Bai Qi of the war god constellation, he is so much stronger. Hua Yidao felt it was inconceivable and shook his head, but he did not know that Lin Feng was not in his best state yet. Lin Feng's true body was even more terrifying. Even now, it was far beyond the Star-Lord level. But his soul is severely injured. No wonder he chose to fight quickly. Hua Yidao nodded slowly and looked at Bai Qi. If Bai Qi is only this strong, this battle will end in less than 30 seconds. But if he can already unleash the power of the Cloud Swallow's body, then this battle... Hua Yidao's eyes lit up as he stared at Bai Qi on the battlefield. At that moment, Bai Qi's body underwent a drastic change. His bones crackled, and his aura changed in an instant. White swallow bone, cultivated to the second level. Hua Yidao sighed. Such outstanding talent. St. Madame Bai's teachings are indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng will lose this battle for sure. In the audience stands. Good, very good. The strange man in the cloak clenched his fists. Jia laughed strangely. The kid from the Bai family is not bad. The second level of the White Swallow Bone is perfect to beat Lin Feng, who is at his wit's end. Great. It's best to kill him and save me the trouble. The strange man in the cloak's eyes were filled with cold stars. It was like a boundless starry sky. It was boundless and gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. Through the black cloak, one could vaguely see a bumpy and extremely ugly face. It was as terrifying as a ghost. It was Lam Tok Ti. Chapter 956. Tendons and Eyes. These were two completely different characteristics. In terms of level, they were not different. However, all of the special tendons and bones had a relatively strong combat ability. Cloud District's by family's first grade, White Swallow Bone. Bai Qi's eyes shone. Flames spread out in front of him. A total of 100 fireballs were like a dense rain of fire. There was simply no way to dodge. However, at this moment, the changes in his body contained the Tao of space. Bai Qi instantly stopped retreating. His body was like a soft illusion, becoming confusing. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After images appeared one after another. In the audience stands, everyone was dazzled and felt strangely suffocated. This is the special eye. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. He had naturally heard of the existence of his special tendons and bones. However, he did not expect Bai Qi to have such strength. His body seems to have become smaller. No, it has become more soft. Moreover, Lin Feng's right eye shone slightly. Although the vast star pupil was unharmed, it was still relatively weak. However, he could feel Bai Qi's body automatically driving the spatial energy. His entire body was like a dancing butterfly as he shuttled through the dense fireballs. However, he was completely unharmed. It looked like the fireballs were piercing through Bai Qi's body. However, they were just afterimages. What a terrifying speed and agility. Lin Feng was even more shocked. Bai Qi's physical fitness had improved greatly in an instant. It was even better than his. However, there was no time to be in a daze. So, after passing through the layers of fireballs, Bai Qi's body appeared before him like lightning. Break! Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he shouted. The amethyst spear in his hand shone brightly, and he quickly stabbed out. Under the vast star pupil's lock, he could completely foresee Bai Qi's next move. However, I'm sorry, Lin Feng. Bai Qi's voice drifted over, and a cold light flashed. Bai Qi's originally flying figure unexpectedly spun and changed direction. It was like a leaf suddenly being blown away by a strong wind. It was extremely shocking. Qi! A cold white light flashed. It was the white effulgence weapon Ghost Snake. It spat out its ferocious tongue. White Swallow Bone's ability Cloud Swallow Body. Originally, Bai Qi did not want to use this move. After all, Lin Feng was injured. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to be so strong. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still extremely terrifying. He had no choice but to use it. Xiao, There was a sound of something breaking through the air. The feeling of space was incomparably intense. Bai Qi's body seemed to have transformed into a swallow, becoming one with the surrounding space, displaying the realm of softness to the extreme. That was not all. His speed, which was already extremely frightening, suddenly exploded once more. He completely overshadowed Lin Feng. With an absolute advantage, he drove the soft sword in his hand. The sword art concept whizzed out and instantly enveloped the area. The flame of rebirth. Lin Feng frowned. However, his judgment was completely wrong this time. The attack was so close that he could only block it with the flames of rebirth. Explode. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The intense flames of rebirth burst out crazily and spilled out. In terms of quality, it might not be as good as the flames of devouring. However, the flame of rebirth had already comprehended the second level of the star technique, Dao. In terms of quantity, it completely made up for it. Moreover, in terms of defensive power, the flame of rebirth was much stronger than the flames of devouring. However, Bai Qi's attack was even more terrifying. Xiao, the soft sword pierced through like a needle, exerting the strongest power with the smallest area of impact. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. However, the soft sword had already penetrated the defense of the flame of rebirth. With a groan, Lin Feng instantly retreated. However, Lin Feng seemed to have expected it. The surrounding space became distorted and blurred. Lin Feng was shocked. Oh no, it's the Tao of space. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with it. Every single one of Bai Qi's attacks was imbued with the profound Tao of space. Their strength was not much different from Lin Yan's vast star eyes. Compared to Lin Yan's vast star eyes, Bai Qi's vast star eyes was far inferior. However, he was powerless to resist it now. Pong! A violent explosion sounded. Lin Feng instantly retreated, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured again. However, this time, it was not his fate spirit that was hit, but his body. In a direct confrontation, the situation was completely under Bai Qi's control. He displayed the word soft to its fullest. The current Bai Qi was no longer an ignorant person. Misty Cloud Steps, second stage. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he could no longer hide his strength. Bai Qi, who had displayed the power of his special bones, was now very powerful and unpredictable. So, his body shuttled like lightning. Lin Feng used the secret of Aries constellation, Misty Cloud Steps, to avoid the battle. However, just like before, he used his advantage to fight against Bai Qi's weakness. Now, he was using his weakness to fight against Bai Qi's advantage. Every dog has its day. Good. Great. That's the way to fight. The audience cheered loudly. Everyone's mood changed very quickly. Just a moment ago, it was still rainy, but now it was sunny, and they were unable to contain their joy. Just a moment ago, everyone thought that Bai Qi would be suppressed and lose the battle. They did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Now, the one with the absolute advantage was Bai Qi. Pong, pong, pong. Lin Feng was hit repeatedly, and his face was pale. He retreated as he fought, but he was unable to block Bai Qi's close combat attacks. He was stuck to him like a plaster. So powerful. Even the second stage of Misty Cloud Steps was broken. Lin Feng was shocked. Although it was not completely broken, it was not far from it. He was using the complete footwork, but Bai Qi was following him closely, as if he could feel his next move. It was very strange. The most troublesome thing was that his speed was not as fast as Bai Qi. After displaying the power of his special bones, Bai Qi's speed and agility had completely surpassed his. In an instant, a cold white light appeared in front of him. The ghost snake spat out its sinister tongue and attacked continuously. Pong! After blocking Bai Qi's attack, Lin Feng's face paled, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. After being hit again and again, even if he had a strong recovery ability, it was useless. Moreover, his vast star pupil was weak, and he could not fully display his strength. If he was at his normal speed, Even if he could not escape from Bai Qi, he would at least be able to use the misty cloud steps and not be in such a sorry state. Oh no! Lin Feng frowned. The energy of his space was strangely stifling. His vast star pupil was completely suppressed. Against the same level of space energy, the vast star pupil was at a disadvantage. And this was the key reason why he was at a disadvantage. It was as if there were two equally strong men. One was sick and the other was full of vigor. The difference was obvious. Should I use the soul-devouring technique again? Lin Feng sighed and immediately rejected the idea. If it was a life-and-death battle, he might fight with his life, but this was only a duel. If he used this soul-devouring technique consecutively in a short period of time, it would probably make things worse for his life soul. It was not a good idea. Was there really no other way? The retreating figure seemed a little tired. However, Lin Feng's eyes were still shining brightly, filled with determination. He would not give up until the last moment. Kill him. Come on, Bai Qi. Good, that's it. We'll win. In the spectator's stand, roars came one after another. Seeing that Bai Qi had the upper hand and had completely turned the situation around, everyone was overjoyed and excited. On the other hand, Jing Yuyu and Li Hao's expressions were ugly. They clenched their fists, feeling the same way. Even so, the two of them still looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes, not willing to miss a second. Even if there was little hope and the situation was one-sided, they still believed in Lin Feng. Just like before, Lin Feng had created miracles again and again. Would there be another one this time? It's almost over. Hua Yidao nodded slowly. He understood the situation the best. Although he was amazed by the strength of Lin Feng's body, including his terrifying resistance, he was still weak. However, a disadvantage was still a disadvantage. After utilizing the body of Cloud Swallow, Bai Qi was able to completely suppress Lin Feng in every aspect. This footwork technique is really mysterious, but it's a pity. Hua Yidao sighed. The space energy is locked. Although Bai Qi can't break this footwork technique directly, he can sense the changes in space and increase his speed and agility. He can break it in another way. Hua Yidao nodded and his eyes flashed. Both of them are good seedlings. It would be great if they could enter the competition together. But a winner has to be decided. Hua Yidao thought to himself as he looked at the arena. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer maintain his footwork technique due to the continuous injuries. His body staggered. Footwork, it was broken. In front of him. How could Bai Qi let go of such a good opportunity? The ghost snake in his hand let out a sharp sound as it pierced through the air, enveloping the entire space as it pierced towards Lin Feng with an unstoppable force. The power of the Cloud Swallow body was fully displayed. The power of a third-stage star sector level exploded at this moment. Bai Qi won, Hua Yidao said softly. With his stab, there was no more suspense. Many people in the audience had already stood up. They clenched their fists and held their breaths, waiting for that moment, waiting for Lin Feng's blood to splatter all over the arena. They were looking forward to it. Bai Qi, the final victory, it was only one step. He actually stabbed toward the right chest. Lam Tok Ti's eyes were cold as he cursed in his heart. He wanted Bai Qi to kill Lin Feng with one stab, but obviously, Bai Qi didn't plan to do so. Physical injuries were much easier to recover from than soul injuries. Which martial artist had not suffered physical injuries before? It was a common occurrence to be injured in a spar. As long as the vital parts weren't injured, one would be able to recover after a few days. It seems that I have to rely on myself to kill that kid. Lam Tok Ti, who was hidden in the black cloak, snorted. Hua. He stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, Lam Tok Ti's gaze landed on Lin Feng, and his eyes widened. No, impossible. How can this be? Veins popped out on Lam Tok Ti's forehead, and his vast star eyes bloomed like starlight. He gritted his teeth, and his body trembled. Chapter 9:57. Qi. It was an impeccable sword. It controlled the surrounding space and sealed off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Bai Chi's sword was destined to defeat Lin Feng. Even Hua Yidao, who was as experienced as he was, had already determined the end of this battle. However, where there were people, there were variables. Even divination was the same. Even if one could predict the future, it didn't mean it couldn't change. Lin Feng endured Bai Chi's attacks time and time again. His body was constantly injured, but he was still stubbornly unwilling to admit defeat. The vast star pupil continued to be suppressed. This feeling was extremely unbearable. Whether it was the vast star pupil or Lin Feng himself, it was the same. One had to know that in terms of true strength, Lin Feng wasn't inferior to Bai Chi. As for the vast star pupil, it wasn't any weaker than Bai Yan's bones. Bai Chi was like a spring pressing down on him. The more he pressed down, the tighter it became, until, boom! Bai Chi's sword pierced through Lin Feng. In an instant, loud cheers erupted from the spectator stands. They were incomparably excited. However, at this moment, Bai Chi was stunned. The flexible sword, serene snake, pierced through Lin Feng. It was just an afterimage. At this moment, Hua Yidao also stood up. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Among the crowd, there was only one person who understood this the most. Lam Tokti. As expected, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes to phoenixes. Although my big brother is stupid, his talent is indeed rare in the Lin clan. Lin Quan let out a long breath. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the martial arts arena. Soon after, he left without looking back. The figure in the black cloak seemed to be lonely and desolate. He didn't continue watching because Lam Tokti already knew the final result of this match. He couldn't be clearer about Lin Feng's current state. The Tao of Space. Lin Feng's eyes were clear and bright. The weak vast star pupil automatically absorbed energy. So comfortable. Is this the third level of the vast star pupil? The corners of Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. His heart was filled with indescribable joy. He had been repressed for a long time, and now that he had finally been released, he felt as if he had been reborn. The feeling of being bound by space no longer existed. His senses were exceptionally clear. Every inch of his surroundings was as fine as a grain of rice. He was no longer trapped. The difference of one level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he stared ahead. At that moment, Bai Chi whistled forward once more. His speed was still as fast as lightning. His entire being was like a swallow, as fast as the wind. But now, there was a fundamental change between the two of them. Misty cloud steps. Lin Feng's figure moved swiftly. He stepped on the ground and changed his position. Every time he moved, it was as if he had teleported. Bai Chi no longer had the feeling of being bound by space, and he was no longer able to use the Tao of Space to lock onto his position. With the power of Aries constellation's mystery, misty cloud steps, it was not something he could peek into. Not to mention, his vast star pupil had already transformed. Chaotic Tao of Space. Lin Feng's right eye shone brightly. The breakthrough of the vast star pupil had brought about an increase in quality and absorption. Its energy had also recovered. The current vast star pupil was frantically absorbing the surrounding space energy. It was no longer weak and sickly like before. Instead, it was a restriction. The difference was too big. Hua! The vast star pupil's energy rapidly blossomed. Bai Chi's face immediately changed. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Even after activating the cloud swallow body, he was only slightly faster than Lin Feng. But now that he could not lock on a Lin Feng's position, it did not help at all. Now that he was standing on the same level, he could tell that the difference between their body strength was not just a little bit. If the two of them had the same body strength, even if Lin Feng's vast star pupil was stronger than Bai Chi's, once he activated the cloud swallow body, Bai Chi would still have the advantage. But there were no ifs. Oh no! Bai Chi felt a wave of dizziness. He felt as though he was in a chaotic space. Lin Feng's Tao of Space had reached the star domain level. Just like the vast star pupil's Tao of Time, coupled with the vast star pupil's amplification, Bai Chi would find it hard to resist. As for this Tao of Space, in fact, it originated from Lam Tokti. A blessing in disguise. I should thank you, Lam Tok Ti. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He was not in a hurry to attack. He easily dodged Bai Chi's attack and absorbed the energy to recover his vast star pupil. Thick heaven and earth energy enveloped the vast star pupil. At that moment, within Lin Feng's mind, there seemed to be a huge starry sky. Everything around him was within it, exquisite and detailed. Reaching the third level of the vast star pupil allowed him to comprehend the Tao of space. It was precisely because of the fight to the death with Lam Tok Ti. His comprehension of Lam Tok Ti's Tao of space was the most profound, and now, under constant pressure, it could be considered as a natural breakthrough. After all, even without this stimulation, the breakthrough of the vast star pupil was only a matter of time. The key was Lam Tok Ti. Back then, the breakthrough of the vast star pupil was due to the fight with Lin Zhan. It allowed me to comprehend it. And now, the advancement of the vast star pupil is also due to the fight. It's just a life and death struggle, stepping on the edge of a blade. Between life and death, there was a big secret. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. This time, Lin Feng had fulfilled the old saying. The breakthrough of the vast star pupil was not only because he could defeat Bai Chi, it was also a huge change. As the vast star pupil and the vast star pupil reached the third level, it meant that the self-state had been restored and could be used again. What did this mean? Once fused, it would be the third level of the self-state. That was the peak grade pupil, which was 2 levels higher than the first grade pupil. Peak grade pupil is 2 levels higher than the first grade pupil, and I don't have to fear Lam Tok Ti anymore. Last time, I was defeated because the power of my soul was completely suppressed by him. However, this time, even if I can't suppress him, at least he can forget about suppressing me. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, full of confidence. If Lam Tok Ti could not gain an advantage in the vast star pupil, what other advantages did he have? In terms of combat power, Bai Chi was far ahead of him. In the spectator stands, everyone's eyes were wide open. They saw that Lin Feng, who was like an arrow at the end of its flight, had suddenly become a whole new person. Although Lin Feng still had the advantage, this advantage was completely different from before. Previously, Lin Feng had been in a difficult situation, but now, it was as if he was toying with Bai Chi. It was incomparably comfortable. It can't be. Bai Chi, you must win. This is all my capital. This Lin Feng is really a monster. Everyone was speechless, feeling a chill in their hearts. In the past, that huge amount of gambling money was just a foot away from them, but now, it felt like it was far away. Breaking through battle, this little guy Lin Feng is indeed amazing. Hua Yidao clenched his fists. For some reason, he felt that his battle intent was boiling when facing Lin Feng. Normally, he would only be like this when facing someone with similar strength. However, Lin Feng was clearly only a peak cosmic lord. Maybe I was provoked by him. Hua Yidao smiled faintly. Or maybe my intuition is telling me that this Lin Feng will be very strong in the future. Strong enough to be my opponent? Interesting. Hua Yidao's eyes glittered as he looked at the arena, deep in thought. He then smiled faintly. This time, the battle is really going to end. It's about time. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The recovery of the vast star pupil made him feel refreshed and energetic. His weakness and exhaustion disappeared without a trace during the evolution of the vast star pupil. This was the comprehension of the Tao of space, one of the most miraculous energies in the world. Even the heavens had given him a blessing. It was quite miraculous. It's time to end it. Just now, you forced me into a corner. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and his footsteps changed rapidly. Stepping on the familiar rhythm, the vast star pupil flashed, and his comprehension of space became clearer. The display of the misty cloud steps had finally reached 100%. His body's strength had also recovered to 90%. Clang! The purple crystal spear clanged. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his body changed a few steps as if he had teleported. Without the restriction of space, Lin Feng could clearly predict Bai Qi's movements. The purple crystal spear in Lin Feng's hand shone brightly, and he was close to the 4th level of the spear initiation realm. The purple crystal spear shook violently, and its power was released rapidly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He held the purple crystal spear, and the flame spear art appeared in his mind. Inexplicably, his comprehension of the 3rd style was very deep. The areas that he couldn't understand, the Tao that he couldn't comprehend, were now clear. Just like dominoes, the advancement of the vast star eyes caused the situation to change layer by layer. It was like a butterfly flapping its wings, causing a huge tsunami. Everything was inextricably linked. Engulfing fire. Lin Feng did not dodge, but faced Bai Qi head-on. Now, the one who had the upper hand in the space restriction was him. If Bai Qi's body was strong enough, he would be able to break free. However, Bai Qi was only slightly stronger than him, and this was after activating the special bones. The rhythm was back to his side. Go! Lin Feng coldly shouted. The purple crystal spear was like a sharp arrow, piercing through everything. With the help of the vast star pupil, the engulfing fire, and the fact that his spear initiation realm was higher than Bai Qi's, Lin Feng's aura completely suppressed Bai Qi. Countless gazes gathered in the surroundings. The huge battle arena was completely silent. Everyone was shocked by this spear. It was as if the sky was going to be pierced by this terrifying spear. Lin Feng's aura was too strong. Flame Spear Art 3rd style. Lin Feng's vast star pupil was fully released. There was no need to use other abilities. Just the space restriction was enough to suppress, no, defeat Bai Qi. In front of everyone, with impeccable battle strength. With the most direct ability, he defeated Bai Qi head-on. Pong! The violent sound of metal clashing resounded in the arena. Lin Feng's engulfing fire broke through all of Bai Qi's defenses. Amidst everyone's gasps, the purple crystal spear brought forth a spray of blood. It pierced through Bai Qi's right chest. Chapter 958. Number 881. Lin Feng of the Lin clan wins. The martial artist in charge of hosting the match shouted loudly and rang the bell. The entire audience instantly cheered. Lin Feng's unexpected win made the warriors who had bet on him extremely excited. On the other hand, the warriors who had bet on Bai Qi's victory were pale. Even now, it was hard for them to accept this fact. Bai Qi was clearly suppressing Lin Feng. He was only one step away from victory. However, he could not take that step. He was too unwilling to lose. However, the ones who were unwilling to lose were only the gamblers. Amazing, Brother Lin. Bai Qi coughed a few times. He looked a little weak, but he still gave a thumbs up and smiled tiredly. You're still so strong even after being injured. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. He had tried his best, but still lost to Lin Feng. Bai Qi did not have any resentment. Whether he won or lost, at least he did his best. We're just tied. Lin Feng smiled. Next time you might win again. Ha, I hope so. Bai Qi covered his chest with his hand and smiled. Last time, you chased me. This time, it's my turn to chase you. Be careful. I'm not easy to deal with. He was not boasting. Although he lost to Lin Feng this time, Bai Qi did not think that he had really lost. Even if he lost, he would not lose. His confidence was still high. The path of a martial artist was long. It was normal to chase after each other. Moreover, this time it was only because he had cultivated under the saint, Madame Bai, for too short time. If he had a few more months, who would win and who would lose, it was still unknown. I've met my match. It's great to have an opponent on my path of cultivation. Lin Feng smiled. That's true. Bai Qi laughed. Although they were opponents on the field, they were friends off the field. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they left together. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Qianshan Mountain, one of the 9 districts of Shiluo County. The Dragon Elephant sect was one of the 2 great sects in the Qianshan Mountain region. It was extremely powerful. Yu Yunlong, the young sect leader of the Dragon Elephant sect. He was young and handsome with outstanding talent. He broke through to the cosmic realm state at the age of 20 and was known as the potential star of the Dragon Elephant sect. As for the sect master, Yu Cheng, he was the flagship figure of the Qianshan region, one of the 10 great experts of Shirluo Commandery. In the middle of the hall, Yu Cheng and Yu Yunlong stared at a huge light screen with burning eyes. What was shown on the screen was the third round of the preliminaries, the battle between Lin Feng and Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng made a desperate counterattack and pierced Bai Qi's right chest with his spear, ending the battle. "Ha!" The screen froze. "What do you think?" Yu Cheng asked indifferently. "He can barely be considered an opponent." The corner of Yu Yunlong's mouth curved indifferently, not caring too much. His eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Feng on the light screen. There was a hint of hostility and jealousy. Lin Fan had told him about this when he attended the Lin clan gathering. The name of the person Lin Yuma loved was Lin Feng. "Oh," Yu Cheng's eyes lit up. "Are you sure you can win?" In the fourth round of the preliminaries, Yu Yunlong's opponent was Lin Feng. Because his strength was at level 3-star sector level, Yu Yunlong, like Lin Zhan, did not need to participate in the first 3 rounds of the preliminaries. He only needed to participate in the last round. Yu Yunlong's eyes flashed as he said confidently, "Dad, I'm not Bai Qi. I just broke through to the star sector level before the preliminaries. The energy level of my soul is only based on the talent, tendons, and bones. My foundation is not enough." Glancing at the screen, Yu Yunlong snorted. However, this Lin Feng is not bad. He actually managed to comprehend his talent, in battle, and broke through to the 3rd level. One of the most basic conditions for advancing to the star sector level was the advancement of the soul. Time, space, matter, and energy. These were the 4 cores of heaven and earth. Having a special eye and tendons and bones could strengthen the power of the soul and give it special abilities, but it didn't mean invincible. Even if a martial artist didn't have a special eye or tendons and only lacked a special ability, there wouldn't be much of a difference in the comprehension of the Tao. Of course, having a strong bloodline would increase one's comprehension of the Tao, but it was still determined by one's comprehension and talent. After entering the star sector level, it wasn't like the Star Lord level, where only one's body and strength would increase. The most important thing was the comprehension of the soul level, just like the battle between Lin Feng and Bai Qi. In a situation where both parties were similar in strength, the level of the soul decided the final outcome. The Vastar pupil was only at the 2nd level. Lin Feng had a narrow escape, but the Vastar pupil broke through to the 3rd level. The result was a reversal. "Don't be careless," Yu Cheng said seriously. "Your Tao of defense has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and with the astral artifact Elephant Devouring Jade, it reached the peak of the 4th level. It's 1 level higher than Lin Feng. In this aspect, you do have the advantage, but can you break his movement technique?" Yu Cheng stared at Yu Yunlong. "This?" Yu Yunlong hesitated, his eyes flashing. "You have to fight to know." Just based on the images and guesses, it was hard to be immersed in the battle, especially since he and Bai Qi had completely different fighting styles. The Shield constellation was one of the 12 southern constellations. It wasn't a war god constellation, but an earth element constellation that specialized in defense. Although he was jealous of Lin Feng, Yu Yunlong wasn't Lin Fan and wouldn't be blinded by love. "You don't have to fight to know," Yu Cheng said indifferently. "You can't break his movement technique." "Father, are you serious?" Yu Yunlong frowned, but he knew that his father wouldn't be wrong. Although he had overestimated Lin Feng, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. With his Star Lord level strength, his father estimated that he couldn't break Lin Feng's movement technique. Doesn't that mean that he can't defeat Lin Feng? Yu Cheng nodded solemnly. "If I'm not wrong, Lin Feng's movement technique is not a star technique, but an arcana." Sighing softly, Yu Cheng said slowly, "With the strength of a Star Lord, comprehending an arcana is unheard of." Yu Yunlong's eyes glistened. "What should I do then, father?" Yu Cheng smiled calmly and stood up. "Don't worry, there are still 3 months. It's enough for you to master the way to break it. As the sect leader of the Dragon Elephant sect, he was one of the top 10 powerhouses in Shirluo County. Yu Cheng definitely lived up to his reputation. Unlike Yu Yunlong, who was carefully preparing for battle, Lin Feng was in trouble at this moment. Lam Tok Ti's escape was a huge disaster for the Lin family because he knew almost all the secrets. Most importantly, no one could guess what Lam Tok Ti would do next. He was a man who was like a venomous snake who would do anything to achieve his goals. He had long proven his abilities. In terms of scheming, no one in the Lin family could compare to him. That included the clan leader, Lin Jun. Actually, it's very simple. Godfather, draw a clear line and expel me from the Lin family, Lin Feng said calmly. He didn't care too much about that. When he returned to the Lin family that day, he only wanted to find out what happened back then and his background. Now, he had already achieved 70% or 80% of his goals. Although there were still some gaps, it didn't matter if he was still in the Lin family. Besides, in his heart, Lin Feng didn't really see himself as a member of the Lin family. He belonged to Tianwu continent and the kingdom of Meru. Holy King. Lin Jun's face was ashen. He sighed, the problem is that all the higher-ups in the clan know your true identity. You're not a godchild, but an illegitimate child. Looking at Lin Feng helplessly, Lin Jun also felt a headache. Although he had signed the contract and given a gag order, if they really interrogated him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he nodded. This matter was indeed caused by him. He had dragged his godfather down. Logically speaking, he couldn't stay out of this matter. With Lam Tok Ti's character, even if he knew his identity, he wouldn't misrepresent him. What was the use of identifying him as Lin Xiaoyan's son? However, identifying himself as Lin Jun's son was a completely different matter. Firstly, he could take advantage of the situation to overthrow his godfather. Secondly, he could clear his father's name and, in a sense, clear his name. The most troublesome thing now was that even if he found Lam Tok Ti, with his current strength, he couldn't beat him, unless his starry sky eyes recovered. But how could it be so easy? By the way, Godfather, how did Lam Tok Ti inform the ancient clans more than 20 years ago? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, didn't they say that the land of the 9 provinces belongs to humans completely, and that there's no sorcerer tribe or ancient clan? Why was the ancient clan's saint able to enter the land of the 9 provinces openly that day? You only know part of the story. Although that's the case, it's not really the case. Lin Jun's eyes flashed. Although the Saint King has decreed that the land of the 9 provinces belongs to humans completely and the sorcerer tribe and ancient clans can't live in it, it doesn't mean that they can't enter it. Lin Jun smiled bitterly. Moreover, if the ancient clan's saint or the sorcerer tribe came, they wouldn't be restricted by the rules of humans. Saints are honorable existences that are above the rules. Lin Feng nodded in realization. Thinking about it, if a saint came, who would dare to stop them? In terms of power, humans were just ants in the eyes of the ancient clan and the sorcerer tribe. They allowed humans to live, develop, and live in a certain territory because humans were useful. They had unparalleled reproductive abilities and could deplete the demon clan's power. However, this didn't mean that humans were above the ancient clan and the sorcerer tribe. In fact, humans were like the hunting dogs reared by the sorcerer tribe and the ancient clan. In the end, power was the most important thing. Actually, I'm very curious too. Lin Jun nodded thoughtfully. It's possible to contact the sorcerer tribe, but how did Lam Tok Ti manage to contact the ancient clan? Lin Jun's eyes flashed with doubt and confusion. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Godfather, you can contact the sorcerer tribe? Wasn't the sorcerer tribe hostile to humans? Moreover, with his godfather status, how could he contact the leader of the 3 major clans? Was this for real? Chapter 9:59. Have you forgotten what our family does? Lin Jun squinted. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, the Lin clan was a family of craftsmen and it was one of the top 3 craftsman families in Sherluo County. The sorcerer tribe might be disdainful of humans and even hostile to them, but that was only for ordinary humans. The sorcerer tribe was thirsty for craftsmen, especially the top Earth-level craftsmen among humans. Because of the nature of the sorcerer tribe, heaven was fair. It gave the sorcerer tribe an extremely strong physique that was even better than the demon tribe, but it deprived them of other possibilities. The sorcerer tribe could not craft weapons. After all, innate treasures could only be found by chance and were very rare. What's more, a human-level innate treasure might not be as strong as an Earth-level astral weapon refined by the heavens. And an innate astral weapon could be refined in batches. As long as there were enough materials, there would be an endless supply. This was an advantage that innate treasures could not compare to. Although the ancient tribe could also craft weapons, the sorcerer tribe and the ancient tribe were sworn enemies. As the saying went, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. To a certain extent, the ancient tribe's potential was no worse than the sorcerer tribe's. One was the most terrifying heavenly martial artist, and the other was the most powerful heavenly god. They were not like humans, who could take care of both sides, but could not reach the shore. Whether it was the sorcerer tribe or the ancient tribe, they did not take humans seriously, because to them, humans did not constitute a threat. The sorcerer tribe will not contact humans in private. Only one force has this right, Lin Jun said slowly, his eyes shining. That is the union of artificers. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The 4 deputy professions each had their own union. The union of artificers was even more superior, not only in Sherluo County and the Vermilion Bird Continent, but even the 9 provinces. It was one of the top forces in the entire human territory. He had always heard of it, but he did not expect to have such a connection. Thinking about it, the union of artificers was a loose alliance. What did it rely on to have such a huge influence? The most powerful backer, the sorcerer tribe. Although the alchemist union of artificers has a close relationship with the sorcerer tribe, compared to the union of artificers, it is undoubtedly much weaker. Lin Jun said slowly. As for inscription masters and star symbol masters, they are basically useless to the sorcerer tribe. Lin Feng nodded. The sorcerer race was unable to use star talismans, and as for the inscription array, it was even more useless. Just like how he could not cultivate in the time-carving formation, the sorcerer tribe also needed to be in the world to cultivate. So the Inscriber Alliance and the Star Symbol Master Alliance are not as influential as the other 2. Lin Feng looked at Lin Jun. That's not the case. Lin Jun paused and said slowly, among the 4 deputy professions, except for the weapon refiner, the influence of the other 3 is actually not much different. Although the Inscriber Alliance and the Star Symbol Master Alliance are not related to the Sorcerer Tribe, I heard that they seem to have the Ancient Tribe as their backer. I don't know the details. Lin Feng was straightforward. After all, the Lin clan was a weapon refiner family. Although they were involved in the other deputy professions, they had undoubtedly not entered the core level. Naturally, they did not know some important secrets. Every alliance had its own secrets. Wait. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He immediately looked at Lin Jun, who also reacted at this time, and widened his eyes. What he thought in his heart was instantly confirmed through eye contact. Could it be that Lam Tok Ti contacted the ancient tribe through the Inscriber Alliance or the Star Symbol Master Alliance? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. The possibility is very high. Lin Jun frowned and muttered, I just don't know how he could have come into contact with such a deep-core secret with his status and ability. Even I, who have a lot of weight in the Lin clan, do not know how to contact the Sorcerer Tribe in the Union of Artificers. Then who can do it? Lin Feng's train of thought became clearer. In the family, there's only one person, the honorary elder of the Union of Artificers, Master Lin Yin. How to contact the Sorcerer Tribe? Lin Yin was stunned and said seriously, I can't tell you that. Master, you misunderstand. Lin Feng shook his head and said slowly, I just want to know how many people in Sherluo County, or rather, in the Union of Artificers in Sherluo County can contact the Sorcerer Tribe? Or rather, how many people have the right to contact the Sorcerer Tribe? Lin Yin looked at Lin Feng with slight hesitation. Master, this is very important. It concerns the fate of the family. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. Lin Yin stroked his long beard and nodded thoughtfully. He said slowly, as far as I know, there are only 3 people, including me. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. And the other 2 are? The other 2 are from the Pang family. I can't tell you who they are, but there is one thing I can tell you. Lin Yan's eyes flashed as he said in a roundabout way. Only those with the status of honorary elder and above in the Union of Artificers can come into contact with this secret. And the most important thing to become an honorary elder is get into the top 10 in the Vermilion Bird Continent's weapon craftsman competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately understood. One's status in the alliance was obviously related to one's strength. This strength was not the level of one's strength, but the ability of a weapon refiner. Master Lin Yin happened to be ranked 10th in the previous Vermilion Bird Continent's weapon craftsman competition. In other words, is the Union of Inscription Masters and the Star Talisman Master Alliance the same? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, the 4 deputy professions alliances are not very different in terms of the structure of the alliance. Lin Yin stroked his long beard and said affirmatively. Ha! Clenching his fists, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The thoughts in his heart had finally been confirmed and confirmed. Just as he had said, this was a very important point. It concerned the fate of the family. Now, there was no doubt that a window had opened and he could see the light. It might not be an unsolvable situation. Thank you, Master. Lin Feng said seriously. 3 days later. Foster father, is there a result? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. All along, he had thought that Lam Tok Ti had betrayed his father and caused a disaster for his family. But he did not expect that he had an accomplice. Even if he knew the way to contact the wizard tribe, he had to have someone qualified to contact him. In other words, even if Lam Tok Ti knew the way to contact the ancient tribe, he had to go through that person to really contact the ancient tribe. It was like the intermediary to absorb the star power during cultivation. Once this intermediary was cut off, it would be like a rope being cut off from the middle. It would not be so easy to connect it again. At that time, Lam Tok Ti would naturally be helpless. Most importantly, that person was also one of his enemies. Yes, I've looked through all the records and documents. According to Yen Lao, there are only 7 people with the status of honorary elder or above in the Union of Inscription Masters and the Star Talisman Master Alliance in Sherluo County. Lin Jun's eyes lit up, and his expression was serious. Lin Feng nodded. The scope was narrowed down. Previously, they had been helpless against Lam Tok Ti, who was hiding in the dark, but now they had some clues. Judging from Lam Tok Ti's age and social connections, the possibility of those highly respected people having retired long ago is very small. Lin Jun analyzed. Just this point alone can eliminate 4 people. But the remaining 3, one is the 3rd leader of the Hongyi gang, one is the chief guardian of the Huang clan, and the last is the saintess of the Qi Luo immortal sect. They are all possible. Lin Jun frowned slightly, looking hesitant. The remaining people were not so easy to eliminate. He did not know much about Lam Tok Ti's social connections. Even when Lin Xiaodian was exposed that day, he had never suspected Lam Tok Ti. If he carefully investigated his background, he would have to choose one of the remaining 3. It was not that easy. Foster father, you overlooked something. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he said, to be able to help Lam Tok Ti so much, it can almost be said that they betrayed their respective alliances. What did they get in return? What can Lam Tok Ti give them? That's not important. What's important is that that person must be the same as Lin Quandi, a very selfish person. Birds of a feather flock together. Lin Feng said with a burning gaze. Lin Jun nodded thoughtfully and murmured, the saintess of the Chi Luo immortal sect has always been cultivating in seclusion and stands aloof from worldly affairs. The chief guardian of the Huang clan has been famous for a long time and has always been known for his integrity. As for the third leader of the Hongyi gang, Hong Jiang, his voice stopped abruptly. Lin Feng suddenly twisted and said in a deep voice, "What about Hong Jiang?" Lin Zhen's eyes flashed, and he said brightly, "There are 4 words to describe him: ambitious." In a secluded underground chamber. At this moment, Lam Tok Ti was sitting cross-legged. Dense spatial energy gathered around him. Just as Lin Feng had expected, Lam Tok Ti was a very cautious person. He would not take risks before his injuries were healed. To him, only by making sufficient preparations could he execute his plan perfectly. When the time came, there would be the least number of variables. This was his way of doing things, and it was also the key to his success. Soon, in about 10 days, I will be able to fully recover. You don't have many peaceful days left. Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, when the time comes, I will take back what I lost. I will win it all back. Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed fiercely like a ferocious jackal. Lam Tok Ti always did things methodically. He had always found a way out for himself. He had bought this underground secret chamber early in the morning to prepare for a rainy day, but he did not expect to use it. But Hong Jiang's appetite is too big. 20 years ago, he took so much of my wealth. Now, I'm afraid he will take advantage of the situation. Lam Tok Ti frowned. Although he had accumulated a lot of wealth, Hong Jiang was not easy to deal with. However, Hong Jiang was obviously not an easy person to deal with. His help came with a considerable price. Forget it. So what if I give it all to him? I won't take out a small fortune, and I won't take in a large fortune. Lam Tok Ti sneered and thought it through. I will take away Lin Feng in the name of Lin Zhen's father. When I return to the Lin clan, I will get whatever I want. Money is just a worldly possession. I will be able to earn it back in a few years. The key is that I must not give them any chance. This time, I want to burn down the entire Lin clan. In the future, I, Lam Tok Ti, will reign supreme. Chapter 960. Lin Feng's Mansion. Hong Jiang, the third leader of the Hongyi gang, Master Star Talisman. He has recently risen to power. He is low-key and steady. Not long after joining the Hongyi gang, he has already risen to the position of the third leader. He is deeply trusted. Carefully reading the information in his hands, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the information his foster father obtained after 7 days of investigation. However, it did not seem to be of much use. Hong Jiang hides his abilities and does not reveal himself. However, not long after joining the Hongyi gang, he has been promoted step by step. This shows his ability. It feels like he is very similar to Lam Tok Ti. Lin Feng nodded. He suddenly understood. The two of them were obviously the same type of person. They were extremely good at hiding themselves. Closing the information, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The information did not mention Hong Jiang's past. In fact, it was difficult to investigate with the family's ability. Hong Jiang was a very mysterious person. He was very good at keeping secrets. Even the family did not know his identity before he joined the Hongyi gang. But it's no wonder. The Lin clan is not good at collecting information. Moreover, the Hongyi gang is too powerful. Foster father has to be careful and not make any mistakes. It's quite troublesome. Lin Feng felt a slight headache. How could he do anything if he could not confirm Hong Jiang's identity? Could he kill him just because of a groundless speculation? It was better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. This was Lam Tok Ti's style, not his. At the very least, he could not do it if he did not have an 80% chance of success. If there is no other way, I can only test him. But with this person's personality, I'm afraid it won't work. Lin Feng shook his head. For a person as meticulous as Lam Tok Ti, ordinary schemes would definitely not work on him. Is there any other way to find out more? Lin Feng was lost in thought. At this moment, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Feng came back to his senses and said, if it wasn't something important, Guanzhong wouldn't come over to disturb him. The doors slowly opened. Guanzhong cupped his hands together and said, "Young master, a guest has come to visit." Guest? Lin Feng was startled. "It's Lin Jinyun. He brought a lot of money and gifts." Guanzhong said slowly, "He's waiting in the living room. Would you like to meet him, young master?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't know why Lin Jinyun had come. In fact, he was not familiar with him at all. It could even be said that he had never met him before. However, he had interacted with his son, Lin Xiong, a few times, and there had been some unpleasant incidents. Logically speaking, his relationship with his family should not be good. But this time, why did Lin Jinyun send a gift? Okay. Lin Feng stood up and stepped out of the door. Since they came to visit with sincerity, it would be too arrogant of him not to even meet them. Oh, Lin Feng was surprised. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the treasures that almost filled the entire hall. There were gold chests after gold chests, all of which were extremely valuable. He seems to be quite rich. Lin Feng smiled. He knew a thing or two about Lin Jinyun. Before him, this person was considered a miracle of the Lin clan. As an outsider, he rose several levels and became a third-grade branch family warrior. After that, he married the daughter of the previous clan leader and was promoted to a second-grade subdirect family warrior. He was envied by others. He was quite capable. To be able to marry the daughter of the clan leader, Lin Jinyun was naturally very rich. Lin Feng looked at the center of the hall. The man with a face full of smiles was nodding at him, looking quite friendly. This kind of flattering expression, no matter how one looked at it, did not seem like he was one of the top 5 experts in the clan. Behind him, a young man was baring his white teeth at him. His smile was a little unnatural. It was Lin Xiong. "Haha, brother Lin Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Jinyun did not shy away and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, senior." Lin Feng smiled. Although with his current strength, he was stronger than Lin Jinyun. But there was no harm in calling him senior. "What's senior? You're treating me like an outsider. We're all from the same clan. You don't mind calling me Uncle Yun?" Lin Jinyun smiled. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. "I wonder why Uncle Yun is here today." He went straight to the point. He did not want to waste time on meaningless social interactions. Looking straight at Lin Jinyun, Lin Feng went straight to the point. "It's like this, brother Lin Feng." Lin Jinyun laughed heartily. "I'm here to apologize." "Apologize?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. "Come out." Lin Jinyun's expression changed as he turned his head and shouted. With a shout, Lin Xiong walked out from behind with an ashen face. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at people. Lin Jinyun immediately shouted angrily, "You unfilial son, you even dare to offend young Master Lin Feng. Hurry up and apologize." Lin Feng's eyes flashed and his heart stopped. Did he come to improve their relationship? "I'm sorry, young Master Lin Feng. I had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. If I have offended you, please don't take it to heart." Lin Xiong smiled shyly, his expression extremely unnatural. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jinyun stood beside Lin Xiong and shouted, "Unfilial son, you actually caused trouble for me." Lin Feng could not help but smile indifferently. "Uncle Yun, there's no need to be like this. I've already forgotten about what happened before." Lin Xiong and Lin Fan were different. Although there were some conflicts before, it was not a life and death situation. He did not take such small matters to heart. If he had to fuss over everything, wouldn't it be too tiring? Not to mention that Lin Jinyun had personally come to visit. He had to give him some face. I knew that Lin Feng would not fuss over these juniors. Lin Jinyun smiled and put on a high hat. Lin Feng could not help but smile. His eyes swept across the gifts in the hall and said, "Uncle Yun, I accept your apology. As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without any effort. It's better to take these gifts back." Lin Jinyun's eyes flashed, and he smiled. If Brother Lin Feng wants to contribute with your current status, it's just a matter of a sentence. "Oh." Lin Feng smiled slightly. He had already guessed that this should be the main topic. Otherwise, if it was purely to improve their relationship, why would they need so many expensive gifts? His status? Clan leader's adopted son. Lin Feng immediately understood and secretly thought that this power was indeed useful. Previously, he was disdainful of you, but now he was using his warm face to greet a cold butt. He even asked his own son to lower his head and admit his mistake. It could be said that he had completely thrown his face aside, all because of the change in his status. Since he had already started, Lin Jinyun continued, I heard that there are a few vacant positions in the clan. I wonder if Brother Lin Feng could say a few good words in front of the clan leader? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He had heard his adopted father mention this before. Lin Zhongxian, Lam Tokti, Lin Shi, and Lin Mo were originally the upper echelons of the clan. Now that they had all fallen, their positions naturally needed to be replaced. The position of Grand Elder Lin Zhongxian was now held by Lin Yan. The position of Grand Elder Lin Shi was promoted by Second Elder Lin Chun. However, the position of Hall Leader of the Law Enforcement Hall and the position of Vice Clan Leader of Lam Tok Ti were still vacant. Uncle Yin wants to take the position of Vice Clan Leader, Lin Feng said softly. From what he knew, there were more than 1 or 2 people who were eyeing this position. How could I? Lin Jinyun waved his hand and said, I'm too inexperienced. Plus, the position of Vice Clan Leader is too important. Even if I could sit there, it would be like sitting on a carpet of needles. Lin Jinyun smiled. His eyes flashed. I just want to replace Lin Mo and take the position of Hall Leader of the Law Enforcement Hall. Oh, Lin Feng said curiously. This is a strenuous and unrewarding task. Offending too many people and not addressing too many people. Sitting in this position, not only would there be no benefits, there was also a considerable risk. It's fine. Lin Jinyun smiled. If Brother Lin Feng could say a few good words in front of the clan leader, Uncle Yun would definitely be moved to tears. Lin Jinyun's eyes scanned the boxes of wealth around him. He was very confident. This time, he had paid a huge price. A total of 1,000 star crystals was equivalent to 100 billion Do spirit coins. Normal star realm experts didn't even have that much wealth. Lin Feng was a young martial artist who had just entered the world. He definitely wouldn't reject such a rich temptation. It should be said that he couldn't reject it at all. Brother Lin Feng, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't reject it. Lin Jinyun smiled and said, if it can be done, Uncle Yin will give you another reward. Before he finished speaking, a clamor came from outside the hall. Lin Jinyun frowned slightly. He had just said the word one when he was interrupted. The person who came was the housekeeper, Guanzhong. Young master, a guest has arrived. Guanzhong cupped his hands and said, oh. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He found it funny and said, what day is it today? Guests have arrived like clouds. Lin Jinyun's expression changed slightly, but he wasn't angry. He knew the rules. If the housekeeper could come and report when the master was receiving a guest, it could only mean one thing. It wasn't that the housekeeper didn't know how to read the situation or was stupid. There was something more important. Right now, there should be an even more important guest arriving. His identity was far more honorable than his. Who could it be? Lin Jinyun was extremely curious. Clamor filled the hall. Outside the door, a group of martial artists dressed in formal attire walked in. Looking at their uniforms, Lin Jinyun's heart thumped. He was very experienced. In fact, even Lin Feng could recognize them. These martial artists in uniform were too easy to recognize. Their uniforms were the symbol of the Luo Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in Shiluo Prefecture. No, it should be the largest chamber of commerce in the Vermilion Bird Continent. No wonder the housekeeper came to report. Lin Jinyun's eyes flashed as he pondered. However, what does this Lin Feng have to do with the Luo Chamber of Commerce? Also, Lin Jinyun glanced at the well-dressed man at the front and frowned slightly. This man looks very familiar. Where have I seen him before? Just as Lin Jinyun was feeling puzzled, the well-dressed man at the front of the Luo Chamber of Commerce laughed loudly and said, Young Master Lin, my apologies. Because we still couldn't gather the required amount, we had to transfer it from somewhere else. That's why we're a few days late. I hope you don't mind. Clap, clap. The well-dressed man clapped his hands and shouted, "Why haven't you brought the gifts yet?" In an instant, the people behind him carried over 8 boxes and put them down. Lin Jinyun's gaze immediately froze. "Here are some rare metals and minerals. I think young Master Lin should be able to use them." The well-dressed man smiled and said, "There are also some star fruits, star talismans, and innate treasures. The total value is more than 2,000 star crystals. I hope young Master Lin doesn't mind this 20% compensation." This, Lin Jinyun sucked in a breath, his eyes filled with shock. Compensation of 2,000 star crystals? Heavens, just how many things did this Lin Feng buy? Looking at Lin Feng and then at the well-dressed man, Lin Jinyun was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. Looking at the well-dressed man, Lin Jinyun seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed greatly. "I remember now. He seems to be the Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch president of Luo County. Ouyang Jin." Chapter 961. Ouyang Jin. This was a name that reverberated like thunder. The branch president of the Luo Chamber of Commerce was also famous at the top of the pyramid in Luo Prefecture. The reason why Lin Jinyun had never thought of him was that he had never seen him in person. He had only seen him once in a video. But now, he saw him in person. Moreover, judging from Ouyang Jin's expression, he was obviously very respectful of Lin Feng. Lin Jinyun sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed his saliva. He felt extremely shocked. At this moment, he finally realized that Ouyang Jin had just said that the 20% compensation was 2,000 star crystals. This meant that Lin Feng had bought goods worth 10,000 star crystals. And this was not the first time. Isn't that too generous? Lin Jinyun's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he looked around at the vulgar golden boxes in the hall and felt a little embarrassed. 1,000 star crystals? Lin Feng probably did not care about it all. Where did this Lin Feng come from? How can he be so rich? Lin Jinyun was extremely shocked. Looking at the faint smile on Lin Feng's face, she felt an indescribable excitement in her heart. How mysterious. "President Ouyang, you don't have to do this. Take these back," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Sigh. If young Master Lin does this, it will be difficult for me to explain it to the higher-ups," Ouyang Jin said seriously. This time, it was indeed the negligence of the Luo Chamber of Commerce that caused us to be late for a few days. But no matter what, a breach of duty is a breach of duty. As the person in charge, I have an unshirkable responsibility. The 3-month deadline. They had agreed that the goods would be delivered on time in 3 months. The Luo Chamber of Commerce had indeed violated the agreement and paid 20% according to the rules. However, Lin Feng had no intention of taking advantage of this small advantage. "It's still a little inappropriate. Take it back. President Ouyang, I appreciate your kindness." Lin Feng nodded. "Absolutely not. How can I, Ouyang Jin, ruin the reputation of the Luo Chamber of Commerce?" Ouyang Jin said seriously. Both sides pushed and pushed each other, making the people around them stare with their eyes wide open. That was 2,000 star crystals. It was not 2,000 Do Ling coins, but neither of them wanted it. What the hell is going on? The surrounding cultivators felt their heartbeats quicken. The servants felt like they were suffocating. If the money was given to them, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. However, the two of them pushed the money back and forth, as if it was a tip. They weren't pretending to be polite, but they really didn't need it. The scene was quite strange. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Feng was embarrassed to accept it. However, Ouyang Jin's hospitality was hard to refuse. After chatting with each other for a while, they officially got to know each other. After exchanging contact information, Ouyang Jin left with the people from the Luo's Chamber of Commerce. "Sorry, Uncle Yun. I've kept you waiting," Lin Feng said with a smile. "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry." Lin Jinyun smiled foolishly. He had taken the opportunity to get close to Ouyang Jin and even left his contact information. It could be said that he had profited greatly. "Oh, by the way, what did you say one just now?" Lin Feng asked curiously. 1-1. Lin Jinyun's face twitched, but he couldn't say it out loud. Just now, he felt that 1,000 star crystals was quite a lot, so much that Lin Feng couldn't refuse. However, looking at it now, it seemed so insignificant. Lin Feng had even reluctantly accepted the 2,000 star crystals as compensation. Would he care about his 1,000 star crystals? Moreover, using 1,000 star crystals to ask Lin Feng to help him speak, he felt so shabby. It's like this. Lin Jinyun Mian smiled and said, I'm talking about this. The 1,000 star crystals here is only a 20% down payment. If Brother Lin Feng is willing to help me with this and become the hall master of the clan's law enforcement hall, the remaining 80% down payment will definitely not be lacking. 5,000 star crystals. Lin Jinyun's heart was bleeding. Even for someone as rich as him, this was a very ruthless cut. However, there was no way for him to retreat now. Lin Jinyun gritted his teeth. Even though his heart was aching, he could only endure. At least, if he could become the hall master of the law enforcement hall, it would mean that he had entered the top of the pyramid of the Lin clan and was no longer an outsider. Even if he had to pay a heavy price, so what? It was worth it. However, take it back, Uncle Yun, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Jinyun sneered. He felt that it was reasonable, but he also felt a little disappointed. Indeed, this amount of money did not seem to be tempting to Lin Feng. Don't worry. Since you are here, I will not let you come for nothing. Lin Feng said indifferently. I will help you talk to foster father about this matter. However, the final decision will depend on foster father. If he took the money and did the work, what would he become? Moreover, he did not want to interfere with foster father's management of the clan. However, seeing that Lin Jinyun was not an evil person, it was not a problem for him to help him casually mention it. If he took the deposit but couldn't do the work, wouldn't it be cheating? Lin Jinyun's eyes instantly lit up. He nodded and said, Good, that's great. Thinking about how he had judged Lin Feng with his own yardstick, Lin Jinyun's face flushed red. He had indeed underestimated Lin Feng. This young man, who was about the same age as his son, was calm in the face of change and did things logically. He was far more mature than his age. Looking at Lin Xiong again, Lin Jinyun could not help but sigh. This son of his, other than causing trouble for him, really did not do anything decent. Comparing oneself to others was indeed infuriating. After sending off 2 groups of guests, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Dealing with this kind of interpersonal relationship was not his forte. To him, it was more practical to cultivate. Zhong, if there are any guests in the future, help me reject them directly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. If there was the first Lin Jinyun, there would naturally be a second and a third. The relationships within the clan were the most difficult to deal with. It was better to stay out of it. It was the simplest and most comfortable. Yes, young master. Guanzhong nodded seriously. All right, Zhong. Lin Feng looked at Guanzhong and asked, Do you know of any way to obtain the most detailed information about someone in the shortest time possible? Last time, it was Guanzhong who had helped him think of a solution for the Starlight Pill. After all, Guanzhong's experience was much deeper than his. But obviously, Guanzhong was not omnipotent. Guanzhong paused and shook his head. Every force should have some information. The bigger the force, the more complete the information. As far as I know, there is no gang or organization in Shirluo County that specializes in investigating personal information. Lin Feng sighed softly. His hope was instantly extinguished. The bigger the force, the more complete the information. Which force should he go to? In Shirluo County, he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. Other than the Lin clan, he really did not know any other forces. Perhaps Shi Jixin could be counted as one, but was he supposed to negotiate with the saint, Shikala? With a bitter smile, Lin Feng shook his head. He was about to get up and go to his adoptive father when suddenly, right, a big force? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Guanzhong. Zhong, does the Luo's Chamber of Commerce count as a big force? Of course, Guanzhong said seriously. The Luo's Chamber of Commerce's business covers the entire Vermilion Bird continent. They're not just a big force, but also a superpower. They have spies in all sorts of places. In terms of information collection, there are few forces in the entire Shirluo County or even the Vermilion Bird Continent that can compare. Good. Lin Feng was delighted and looked at the star crystal watch. Let's give it a try. Haha, it's young Master Lin. The voice on the other end of the phone was bold and happy. To Ouyang Jin, Lin Feng was a big customer. There were only a handful of people in Shirluo County who could throw out 10,000 star crystals to buy goods without batting an eye. Hello, President Ouyang. Although this is a bit abrupt, I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Lin Feng smiled faintly as a glint flashed in his eyes. He said slowly, I want to ask you to do me a favor. What kind of reward do you need? Just name the price. Oh, Ouyang Jin was surprised. What is it? Lin Feng looked serious. I want you to help me investigate a person. The more detailed, the better. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and Ouyang Jin suddenly laughed. Young Master Lin, you scared me. I thought it was something big. Investigating a warrior's information is a piece of cake. I will go to the information room to help you look it up after returning to the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng smiled happily. Then I will have to trouble President Ouyang. You are welcome, Ouyang Jin said casually. By the way, young Master Lin, who is the person you want to investigate? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he said in a deep voice, the third leader of the Hongyi gang, Hong Jiang. It went surprisingly smoothly. There were no obstacles. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect it to be so simple. However, he would only know if it was useful after Ouyang Jin sent him the information. If the results of the investigation were like his foster father's, it would be a waste of effort. He didn't have to wait for long. Only 4 hours had passed. Young Master, this is the information sent by President Ouyang. Guanzhong handed over a thick book. So efficient. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took the book from Guanzhong and carefully flipped it open. At the top of the book was the 2 words Hong Jiang written in flamboyant calligraphy. When he turned to the first page, he saw the dense handwriting. Lin Feng read it carefully. It couldn't be compared at all. The information was quite complete. It even included where Hong Jiang was born when he was young, how many masters he had followed, what happened when he was young, where he learned martial arts when he was young, and so on. The entire book was like a portrayal of Hong Jiang's life experience, making Lin Feng sigh. The Luo Chamber of Commerce's foundation was really terrifying. A warrior who hid so deeply seemed to be completely transparent in front of the Luo Chamber of Commerce. All the secrets were completely revealed. We turned to the 33rd page. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His chest rose and fell rapidly. He looked at the words at the top and checked the time. Although the entire incident wasn't written, according to what he knew and all the evidence pointed to, there was no doubt that Lam Tok Ti had contacted the Aboriginals through Hong Jiang. The probability was as high as 90%. I didn't expect. Lin Feng clenched his fists, revealing a clear killing intent. It's really him. Chapter 962. Lin Clan, Secret Chamber. What do you plan to do? Lin Zhen's eyes were bright. Kill. Lin Feng spat out a word, without any hesitation in his eyes. Now that he had the information to prove it, he did not need to hesitate anymore, whether it was for his own safety or for the hatred that broke up his family 20 years ago. Hong Jiang must die. This hatred was irreconcilable. Do you know that the person you want to assassinate is not an ordinary person? Lin Zhen's expression was serious. Hong Justice Gang's third leader, Star Symbol Master Alliance's honorary elder, Hong Jiang, was a dragon among men in all aspects. Ignoring the other consequences, just based on the information, Hong Jiang's strength has already reached Star Sector level 5. Pausing, Lin Zhen looked straight at Lin Feng and said in a low voice, as a scutum constellation, not only is his defense extremely strong, he also has countless attack-type star symbols with him. The most troublesome thing is that his human soul's path of defense has already reached the 4th level. He did not say it clearly, But Lin Feng knew what his foster father meant. With his current half-crippled strength, it was extremely difficult to assassinate Hong Jiang. He was very clear about this point. But was there any other way? Lin Feng looked at Lin Jun and said seriously, "Foster father, Lam Tok Ti's injuries will recover in at least 8 to 9 days, and at most 10 days. Time is of the essence. Even if there is not much hope, we can only try." Fighting directly with Lam Tok Ti, he was very clear about the extent of his injuries. With Lam Tok Ti's character, he was swift and decisive. Once his injuries were healed, he would definitely take revenge with lightning speed. At that time, if he colluded with Hong Jiang again, the tragedy from 20 years ago would probably repeat itself in the Lin clan. And this time, the price would definitely be greater. Sigh. Lin Jun let out a long sigh, but he also felt somewhat powerless. Just as Lin Feng said, it was a one-way road in front of them without any forks. Even if they knew that there was danger ahead, he could only brace himself and walk on. "Don't worry, Godfather. I know what I'm doing." Lin Feng smiled. He didn't care too much. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. Even if the assassination failed, he could just shatter the Jade Scroll and leave. Lin Feng muttered, "It's a pity that my Starry Sky pupils are injured and in deep slumber. Otherwise, the chances of success would be at least 80%, if not 90%. If he could use the third level of his self, it would be much stronger than the third level of his vast star pupil. At the very least, it could completely restrain Hong Jiang's fourth level's Dao defense." This was a crucial point. "Wait." Lin Jun stared blankly at Lin Feng, frowning. "Star Vault pupils are sleeping." Then, during the third round of the preliminaries, a pair of sharp eyes stared at Lin Feng. Lin Jun suddenly said in surprise, "Lin Feng, why does your right eye feel a little different from the Starry Sky pupil?" If it was other people, it would be difficult for them to discover the secret of Lin Feng's eye. However, Lin Jun had the Starry Sky pupil after all. Naturally, he could sense it more clearly. However, it was only a suspicion. "Of course it's different." Lin Feng smiled and didn't hide it. He pointed at his right eye. "This eye is the Starry Sky pupil." "What?" Lin Jun opened his mouth wide in shock. He was extremely shocked. After a long while. "Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable." Lin Jun looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. Xiao Dian is really bold. He put the Starry Sky pupil and the Starry Sky pupil together. Isn't he afraid that the two types of energy will clash and directly destroy the host body? Lin Feng smiled. When the Tianwu continent was in danger, his father had no other choice. In fact, he didn't even know that he had the Starry Sky pupil. This bloodline hidden in his body was slowly awakened after entering the Douling world. In the genealogy of my Lin clan, there has never been a record of this. I didn't expect such a shocking change. Xiao Dian is really a genius. But unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Lin Jun kept muttering to himself. As the patriarch of the clan, he inherited the bloodline of the clan. To Lin Jun, to be able to witness such a miracle with his own eyes, he really didn't dare to think about it. He had never had such an idea. But now, it was right in front of him. And the terrifying strength of his adopted son, Lin Feng, proved that this method, it was feasible. "All right, foster father, it's almost midnight. I should move." Lin Feng's eyes were cold, emitting a clear, fighting spirit. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng said seriously, "Now, I only hope that Hong Jiang doesn't enter the inscription formation." Failing to assassinate and failing to assassinate were two different things. At least, he could still give it a try. "Wait." Lin Jun raised his hand and finally came back to his senses. "Foster father." Lin Feng's eyes burned. "We can't delay any longer." "I'm not stopping you," Lin Jun quickly explained, his eyes flashing with a clear luster. "It's just that if you go like this, the chances of success are really not high. Hong Jiang lives in seclusion and is extremely cautious. If you want to assassinate him, it will definitely take a lot of effort." Looking at Lin Feng, Lin Jun said slowly, "For this matter, I also want to do my best." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "Thank you, foster father, but I'm used to being alone. If he acted alone, he could attack and retreat. It would be much more convenient. Moreover, his foster father's identity was too sensitive. Once it was exposed, it would probably endanger the entire clan. You misunderstood, Lin Feng. Lin Jun said casually. Do you think I don't know what I'm capable of? I can still flaunt my power in the clan, but outside, I'm nothing. Laughing self-deprecatingly, Lin Jun's expression suddenly became serious. However, I have other ways to help you. Other ways? Lin Feng sneered. Lin Jun nodded and looked at Lin Feng. The two looked at each other, their eyes flashing. I can help you recover the power of the Star Vault Eyes. Lin Jun said slowly, word by word. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. At the place of bloodline inheritance. In the Star Vault Pond, a mist filled the air. Lin Feng and Lin Jun were soaked in the center of the pond, sitting cross-legged facing each other. The thick energy of time wrapped around the two of them. The profound core energy of heaven and earth, with the Star Vault Pond as a medium, completely connected the two of them together. It was as if two completely unrelated people were tied together by a string. At this moment, the energy of time was extremely dense. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his heart pounding. He felt the dense soul energy enter his Star Vault Eyes. The reflection of the Tao of time was incomparably clear. The energy kept pouring in, and Lin Feng felt even more moved. He felt as if he had returned to the Tianwu continent, the moment his younger brother switched eyes with him. It was a different method, but the same result. However, this time, it was not a switch of eyes. Instead, he was using the Star Vault Eyes to heal the Star Vault Eyes. It was like pouring a bucket of water into a wooden bucket. However, the Tao of Soul of the two Star Vault Eyes were different. They still needed a medium, and the Star Vault Pond was the key. The Star Vault Pond merged the two different Tao of time into different soul energies and slowly transformed them. Although a lot of the energy of time was consumed along the way, at least 70 to 80% of it was transformed. This soul energy was very precious. It was like the blood in a human body. Once it was used up, the person would die. As for the severe wear and tear, for example, Lin Feng's repeated hibernation was actually a process of self-protection. I did choose the right person that day, Lin Feng said softly. Just from this treatment, he could see how his adoptive father was like. He was completely different from his so-called second uncle. To be able to trust him so unreservedly and pour in the most important soul energy was not something an ordinary person could do. After all, if he gave the energy to Xiao Chun, his adoptive father's Star Vault Eyes would probably be in a half-crippled state. However, he did not hesitate at all. He was a real man. Fortunately, my Star Vault Eyes have reached the 3rd level. Otherwise, the two of them would be at different levels, and I would not be able to treat them. Although the price is great, if I can succeed this time and assassinate Hong Jiang, I have absolute confidence. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he looked forward to it. Once he reached the 3rd level, he would be able to unleash his strongest combat power. Time passed slowly. The energy of the Star Vault Pond also gradually weakened. At this moment, following Lin Jun's muffled groan, Lin Feng immediately felt a strong time Tao spread out. In his mind, it was as if something had awakened. He felt extremely clear and free. The surrounding core energy of the heavens and the earth deeply wrapped around his body. The energy of the Star Vault Pond danced happily like little fairies. Even his Star Vault Eyes trembled violently. It was extremely happy. Xiao Chun felt as if he had been reborn. This was a comfort that he had not felt for a long time. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with extreme light. The two different core energies of the heavens and the earth mixed and collided with each other. The surrounding area seemed to have become chaotic. The changes of the time Tao and the space Tao made Lin Feng's chest heave up and down. His eyes shone brightly. Was this really his own strength? Cough. Lin Jun smiled tiredly and opened his eyes weakly. All right, I did not waste my efforts. He also felt the change in Lin Feng and the increase in his strength. Are you all right, Godfather? Lin Feng asked. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Lin Jin seemed to be afraid that Lin Feng would feel guilty. He laughed heartily and pointed at his eyes. Don't forget that I have 2 star-vault eyes, and you only have 1. Although I used a lot of soul power, at least I did not fall asleep. I will recover after a few days. Lin Feng was infected by Lin Jun's optimism. He smiled helplessly. After a few days? This was not something that could be recovered in a few days or a few months. Even if he rested well, it would take at least a year and a half. Fortunately, his godfather's star-vault eyes did have slightly more energy than his. Godfather is different from you. Lin Jun stood up and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He smiled weakly and said, the star-vault eyes are much more important to you. If it were not for the internal strife, I would not have fought for decades. The star-vault eyes would be just a decoration. Lin Feng knew Lin Jun's intentions. He nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Godfather. I will definitely succeed this time. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. With the peak strength and the pressure and responsibility of not being able to fail, he was now in his strongest battle state. This time he would not fail. Chapter 963. The Eastern Han District, one of 9 districts. This was the gathering place of the Star Talisman Masters in Shirluo County. Just as the Western Dan District was the gathering place of the Artifact Masters, the Hongyi Gang was the largest and most powerful force in the Eastern Han District. The gang leader, Hong Ding, was a legendary figure with a similar status as Huai Dao. Not only was he one of 9 giants, but he was also one of the top 10. Hong Ding valued friendship and was willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers, so the Hongyi Gang's power grew. And in the Eastern Han District, the Hongyi Gang was the well-deserved leader. The gang's base in the hinterland of the Eastern Han District was extremely large, almost half the size of the Lin clan's Qianluo District. It was quite impressive. Even among all the forces in Shirluo County, the Hongyi Gang was famous, not only because of their power, but also because of the Star Talisman Masters. Especially after the 3rd gang leader, Hong Jin, an honorary elder of the Star Talisman Master Alliance, joined, it was even more amazing. Outside the Hongyi Gang, the patrolling gang members and guards were all in high spirits, not at all sleepy because it was already late at night. In the 9 districts of Shirluo County, although the saint had forbidden any killing, it was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, in the shadows where no one could see, all kinds of shady dealings were common. After all, where there were people, there would be fights and conflicts. This was something that couldn't be avoided anywhere. Shirluo County was so big that even a district had a huge population. If 1 or 2 people disappeared, who would know? And who would really investigate? Swoosh! A black shadow landed outside the Hongyi Gang. He was dressed in black and had a mask over his face. His movements were vigorous, and his figure was well-proportioned. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes, which flashed with rays of light, like a vast expanse of stars. Just as Godfather said, the Hongyi Gang security is quite tight. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. The guards in front of him were only Star Lords, which was not on the same level as him. Even the guard leader was only a level, 1 cosmic sector level. However, behind these patrolling gang members and guards was a tall wall. The wall was surrounded by rays of light. Energy net. Using star crystals as the energy source, it had a certain defensive ability. Most importantly, it served as a warning. If they forced their way in through the air, they would definitely alarm the Hongyi Gang members. It wasn't the warriors who were guarding outside, but the warriors who were in charge of controlling the energy net inside the encampment. The entire encampment had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Trying to fish in troubled waters? Difficult. Foster Father mentioned that the Eastern Han District is very chaotic. All the major powers are fighting both openly and covertly, so everyone is very cautious. Lin Feng pondered. He had already circled the entire encampment and could see patrolling gang members and guards everywhere. There was also the most troublesome energy net. It wasn't difficult to break it, but it was almost impossible to break it without alerting the other cultivators. Hong Jin lives in seclusion. Other than going to the Star Symbol Master Alliance, he always stays in the encampment and rarely goes out. Now is the best time to assassinate him. Lin Feng's expression was solemn, his eyes constantly changing. It was not easy to assassinate such a meticulous person. Most importantly, he couldn't expose his identity. Otherwise, not only would he be in trouble, but the Lin clan would also be in trouble. It didn't matter if no one saw him committing murder in the 9 districts, but once he was exposed, the consequences would be quite terrifying. Not to mention himself, even a peak star sector level warrior would be punished too. Saints had supreme authority. The only way is to enter from the main entrance, Lin Feng thought to himself. In the dark night, Lin Feng was like an assassin, waiting patiently. His gaze was fixed on the only entrance, which was tightly shut. In front of the entrance, several guards were meticulously guarding with expressionless faces. Groups of patrolling gang members came one after another, especially in front of the entrance. There was almost no pause, and a group of gang members would pass by every moment. To ensure safety, very cautious. There are no flaws at all. It's difficult to take advantage of a warrior. After waiting for a full hour, Lin Feng immediately gave up his plan. He originally thought that the discipline of the gang was more lax, but clearly, that was not the case. He wanted to wait and see if there was a chance to kill a guard and impersonate him to enter the gang's encampment, but that was obviously a fantasy. Every gang member and guard did their duty and did what they were supposed to do. There were also no shifts. It was like a seamless egg, and he had no way to attack. Since there's no chance, I can only create one myself. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. His heart skipped a beat, and he already had a few plans in his mind. Being able to enter the gang's encampment without any effort was naturally the best plan. However, there are not so many perfect plans in the world. There would always be some differences from what he thought. Although the middle plan was risky, at least he could achieve his goal. Only, the drawbacks were not small. There's no other way. Although it will alert the enemy, it's better than not knowing where to start. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Swoosh! A black shadow passed by the entrance and disappeared in an instant. What's that sound? There's someone. The patrolling gang members' expressions changed instantly. A group of people hurriedly chased in the direction that the black shadow disappeared in. At this moment, another group of patrolling gang members instantly took over the position and looked around cautiously. They were well trained. However, almost at the same time, another change occurred. Whoosh! A light shadow flew to the other side with a strong aura. This group of patrolling gang members hesitated for a moment, but with an order, they immediately chased in the other direction. At this moment, the guards guarding the entrance had solemn expressions and did not move at all. However, everyone had already drawn their weapons, and their killing intent was strong. Instantly, roar! In front of the entrance, a huge 100 poison-colored python appeared. Its coiled body was as terrifying as a huge dragon. That gorgeous color caused the guards' expressions to change drastically. That level, 1-star sector level guard leaders' eyes even widened. 100 poison-colored python. The guard leader was extremely shocked. He was naturally very experienced, but when he saw such a monster, he was also frightened into silence. Go, stop that monster. The guard leader roared hysterically. Following his order, the guards gritted their teeth and rushed forward. At this moment, the guard leader hurriedly opened the door behind him in a panic and entered like a gust of wind, shouting, "Help! Help!" How could they not call for reinforcements when encountering such a terrifying monster? However, no one noticed that at this moment, behind the guards, there was a small gap in front of the door. With a swish sound, a black shadow entered through it. The door was still ajar. In an instant, 2 guards retreated to the back as if they had thought of something. However, it was already too late. In the chaos, no one knew that Lin Feng had already snuck in. The one who lured the first group of patrolling gang members away was Lin Feng himself. The one who lured the second group of patrolling gang members away was his contracted beast, Hong Ling. With Lin Feng's speed, he returned the moment he lured the first group of patrolling gang members away. Although he had alerted the enemy this time, he had no choice but to do so. Through the 100 poison-colored pythons' line of sight, the guard leader had already called for reinforcements. There were more than 10-star sector-level powerhouses. The Hongi gang is really impressive, Lin Feng said softly. The Lin clan only had a few star sector-level powerhouses, but this was just a drop in the ocean for the Hongi gang. The 100 poison-colored python retreated as it fought. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. At this moment, he was hiding in a small room in the base and was not exposed. Right now, the Hongi gang was in a state of alert. It was undoubtedly too risky for him to commit murder at this time. There was no hurry. Hong Ling joined the battle. Fighting in a line with the 100 poison-colored python, the members of the Hongi gang felt strained. To a magical beast, the strength and ability of its body were naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. Not to mention Hong Ling, who had evolved into a giant dragon. Just the 100 poison-colored python, which had absorbed the poison of various snakes, was now even more terrifying. Its poison was enough to kill a star sector-level martial artist directly. However, Lin Feng did not let the two magical beasts continue to wreak havoc. It was more or less enough. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. Any more, and it would be too much. Once the true powerhouses of the Hongi gang were drawn out, then there would be big trouble. In the Hongi gang, what's going on? The voice was deep. It was a tall man with a full beard. There was an imposing aura in his demeanor that made people shudder. It was the leader of the Hongi gang, Hong Ding. He was extremely powerful and was one of the top 10 powerhouses in Shiluo County. He was one of the martial artists closest to the saint level. It's a 100 poison-colored python and a giant dragon. I don't know where they came from. If it was a martial artist, then it would make sense. Two magical beasts. What's the secret behind it? I don't know either. It didn't take long for them to be chased away. Everyone was discussing curiously with each other. However, they could not come to a conclusion. After all, this matter was too strange. In Shiluo County, magical beasts of the Demon Clan were quite rare. It was hard to even see one, let alone two. Moreover, they were 2-star sector-level magical beasts of the Demon Clan. Could it be that we have a spatial tear here that leads to the boundless ocean? F***CK, Old Pan, don't scare us. If that's really the case, Shiluo County would have been in chaos. That's right. In my opinion, I'm afraid the Huangmang sect and Jimi sect are deliberately playing tricks to make us suspicious. A thin man frowned. His words were agreed by most of the people present. After thinking about it, this guess was the most reasonable. In the Donghan district, although the Hongi gang was the most powerful, the Huangmang sect and Jimi sect were also quite powerful. These two forces were ambitious and wanted to overshadow the Hongi gang at all times. Second brother, what do you think? Hong Ding frowned and looked to his side. It's just a small trick, big brother. The second leader, Hong Wu, smiled and said, don't be nervous. No one is injured. Could it be that someone took the opportunity to enter our Hongi gang? Then he must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Moreover, the door is intact and has always been guarded by guards. No one has entered. Don't you think so, third brother? Hong Wu looked at Hong Jiang. Second brother is right. Hong Jiang smiled faintly. However, there was a glint in his eyes. Hong Ding pondered for a while and nodded slowly. No matter what, this matter is very strange. Everyone should be more careful in the next 2 days. If you see any suspicious people or strange phenomena, report it immediately. Yes, leader. Everyone answered in unison. Chapter 964. Inside the Hongi gang. Lin Feng waited patiently, like a cheetah. It was not difficult to hide in this encampment, which was almost half the size of the Qianluo district. Moreover, although the Hongi gang was suspicious, they did not take it to heart and did not dig 3 feet into the ground to search. What's more, he didn't know that a terrifying enemy had already sneaked in. So the mansions of the 3 leaders of the Hongi gang are not far from each other. I thought it would be difficult to find Hong Zhang's lair. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He was afraid that it would be troublesome to find Hong Jiang, but it seemed that was not the case. The only troublesome thing was, I have to end this quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll alert the other 2 leaders. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. Before he came, he had done a detailed investigation. Other than Hong Jiang, the other 2 leaders were not easy to deal with. Not to mention Hong Ding, who was one of the top 10 experts. Even the second leader, Hong Wu, was not someone he could match. Hong Wu was also a peak star sector level existence, but he was slightly dimmer than Hong Ding. In fact, the third leader, Hong Jiang, was not weak, but compared to Hong Ding and Hong Wu, he was a little insignificant. 2 days later, the Hongi gang will have an important guest. At that time, the defense will definitely be relaxed, and the leader, Hong Ding, will definitely entertain the guest until the end. This will be my best chance. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and his thoughts were firm. Only by hiding in the gang would he be able to obtain the best information and find the best chance. 2 days later, the Hongi gang was bustling with noise and excitement. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere, and a grand banquet was held. Almost all the higher-ups of the Hongi gang were present to welcome the distinguished guests. Everyone, including the leader, Hong Ding, was slightly nervous. Obviously, the guest's identity was not ordinary. The second leader, Hong Wu, and the third leader, Hong Jiang, stood behind Hong Ding, dressed in formal attire. The entire reception hall was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Other than a few dozen higher-ups, no one else was qualified to enter. Many curious sect members craned their necks, wanting to see who exactly this so-called distinguished guest was. They were all waiting with bated breath. However, not everyone was there. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed past. With extreme speed, Lin Feng sealed his aura and entered Hong Zhang's residence in an instant. In the sect's territory, the defenses of the mansions were clearly weaker by a few grades. This was especially so since all the sect members had gone to see the VIP's face, so the defenses were much more lax. Lin Feng leaped in like a nimble leopard cat. The servants in Hong Zhang's residence did not notice him at all. The difference in strength was too great. Not all stewards had Guan Zhong's strength. Although there were many Star Lord level slaves in Hong Zhang's residence, most of them were just ordinary maids and servants. Even an ordinary cosmic sector grade martialist wouldn't find Lin Feng's whereabouts easy. Hua! With his eyes glowing with resplendent starlight, Lin Feng entered Hong Zhang's residence like a wisp of smoke. Although he did not activate his self mode, the vast star pupil and the vast star pupil were already heaven-defying and powerful. There, Lin Feng quickly found Hong Zhang's residence. Since he was also living in a mansion, it was not difficult to find the main room. The door was wide open. At this moment, the maids were cleaning carefully. The main room was elegant and had a faint fragrance. There were many passageways and doors that were connected like bridges. The main room looked rather big. All right, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He did not avoid it. His figure flashed like lightning and entered one of the doors. Where did the wind come from? A maid raised her head curiously. Is there? Why didn't I feel it? Another maid was confused. What are you doing? Who told you to stop? The steward frowned and shouted, gesturing with his hands and feet. Hurry up and clean up. If anything goes wrong, let's see if Master doesn't kill all of you. His fierce words caused the maidservants to immediately keep quiet out of fear. Obviously, Hong Zhang's reputation had spread far and wide. He entered openly. However, no one noticed. This was strength. Come, patrol envoy, let me give you a toast. Hong Ding laughed boldly and raised his wine cup. I don't drink. The voice was like a tranquil river. It was a woman with a slim figure and snow-white skin. Her body flashed with a layer of pale, watercolored brilliance. She was the disciple of Saint Shakira, patrol envoy Bing Yun. Being touched in public. Hong Ding's expression was unnatural. If it was someone else, they would not have the guts to refuse Hong Ding's toast. However, he could not afford to offend this lady. Patrol Envoy was one of the two envoys. Others might not know, but who was Hong Ding? How could he not know? One master and two envoys. They were both subordinates of saints. Their statuses were equal. Hong Ding was, after all, the leader of a gang. He had seen many things. He immediately laughed and waved his hand. Come, brothers. Since you're guest, let's give a toast to the patrol envoy. Without waiting for Bing Yun to speak, Hong Ding said, I, Hong Ding, will drink first. Good. Me too. Come, let's give a toast to the patrol envoy. Everyone in the banquet drank to their heart's content. Everyone in the patrol manor looked at Bing Yun. The latter frowned slightly, but still nodded. No matter what, it was not a big deal. There was no need to make the relationship so bad. After receiving Bing Yun's approval, everyone in the patrol manor smiled and raised their cups to drink. Hong Ding's eyes flashed, and he laughed boldly. Soon, the banquet became lively. As the third head, Hong Ding could not avoid this kind of occasion. In fact, Lin Feng's luck was not bad. If not for patrol envoy Bing Yun's arrival, Hong Jiang would have already gone into seclusion. After all, to a cultivator, going into seclusion to cultivate was like eating a meal. Spending more than 70 to 80% of the time on cultivation was too rare and normal. At this moment, beep, 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 the star crystal watch flashed, and Hong Jiang's eyes lit up. It was a familiar name. He looked around indifferently. At this moment, the banquet was lively and no one noticed him. Hong Jiang calmly walked to a place where no one was around and opened the star crystal watch. Have you thought it through? Hong Jiang's tone was calm. I agree to your condition. The voice on the other end of the star crystal watch was bone-chilling. Good, Hong Jiang said indifferently. Come over. I will send someone to pick you up. After saying that, Hong Jiang ended the call without saying anything else. From the beginning to the end, there was no change in his expression. It was just like Lin Feng said, birds of a feather flock together. A bright light flashed in front of him. Hong Jiang looked at Hong Ding. At this moment, the latter was busy chatting with patrol envoy Bing Yun. Looking at the other side, Hong Wu's face was rosy. He was enthusiastically greeting the other cultivators of the patrol manor, drinking a few cups from time to time. Hong Jiang's eyes flashed, and he walked over. Second brother, Hong Jiang said. Oh, what's the matter, third brother? Hong Wu turned around and asked in surprise. I have a friend coming over. I'll take my leave first. Is everything all right? Hong Jiang looked around. What could be wrong? Hong Wu smiled and waved his hand. Go, big brother, and I will take care of this place. You go do your thing. Hong Yi Gang had always relied on him and his big brother to support it. Hong Jiang's addition was icing on the cake. However, most of them were star talisman masters. Hong Jiang did not participate in the specific structure of the gang. Hong Jiang smiled and nodded. He casually greeted the people around him and signaled for them to leave first. Then he strode out. Pa! On the other side, Lam Tok Ti also closed the star crystal watch. Under the black cloak, cold light shot out from his eyes, flashing with a terrifying luster. The scene from more than 20 years ago was still vivid in his mind. That day, he did the same thing. He betrayed his big brother and his family. Now it was just that. He did it again. Lin Jun, Lin Feng, Kaka. Let's see if he can get through this round this time. You didn't expect me to make this move, did you? A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lin Quandi's mouth. His ugly face was sinister and terrifying. Even though he had many ways to turn the situation around, this method was undoubtedly the simplest and also the most fatal. The price was just a small amount of money. Hong Jiang, this bastard, really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Lam Tok Ti gritted his teeth. This small amount of money was almost half of his wealth. It was much more than the price he paid 20 years ago. But at the same time, if everything went smoothly this time, he would be able to obtain much more than 20 years ago. The position of clan leader, the entire Lin clan. In the future, it will belong to me, Lam Tok Ti. Ha 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 ha! With a twisted face, Lam Tok Ti walked to the other side of the secret room, where the teleportation array was. Hong Jiang's residence. The maids and servants in charge of cleaning had already left. The main room was empty, but there was a faint light. It had an elegant and beautiful feeling that made people feel peaceful. Hiding in the darkness, Lin Feng's expression was calm. His unique eyes were like the sun that was covered by dark clouds. He was waiting for his prey to come to him. There was a commotion outside. In an instant, Lin Feng opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He was like a sleeping tiger that had suddenly woken up. His sharp claws were ferocious. He's here. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He had already heard the voice of the butler outside and the respectful salutes of the servants. Hong Jiang was back. He came back earlier than expected. Lin Feng thought to himself. He naturally didn't know that it was because of Lam Tok Ti that Hong Jiang came back earlier. His aura was completely concealed. His eyes suddenly shone. He completely merged with his eyes and entered his own state. The feeling between the Vastar eyes and the Vastar eyes became more intimate and more compatible. They were like twin brothers. The energy of time and space condensed together, making Lin Feng's figure seem to be in an independent area, completely isolated from the rest of the world. This feeling was very strange. Domain? Lin Feng's heart trembled. He was surprised. This feeling was something that he couldn't feel when he was in the second level of his self-state. But now he was inexplicably touched. However, he didn't have time to think about it, because Hong Jiang was here. Hong Jiang's footsteps could be heard clearly. He was right outside the door. However, he stopped. Chapter 965. It was a stifling and suffocating feeling. Hong Jiang's eyes shone brightly. The moment he stopped in his tracks, Lin Feng suddenly realized what was going on. Oh no, he found me. Lin Feng frowned and released all his aura in an instant. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed out from the darkness. His plan could not keep up with the changes. Although he did not know how Hong Jiang found him, it was obvious that this person was at the same level as Lam Tok Ti. He was very powerful. However, from the moment he realized something to the moment he rushed out and released his aura, it was too long. Clang! A loud whistling sound echoed throughout the mansion. Hong Jiang's eyes flashed, but he did not fight. Instead, he retreated quickly. Playing the hero was not something a wise man would do. He only needed to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him. Because this place was not far from the main hall of the gang's encampment. We're in big trouble. Lin Feng shivered inwardly as his thoughts changed rapidly. Of course, he still had a chance to escape. Even if he escaped directly, with the time difference, Hong Yi Gang's defense would not be able to do anything to him. Not to mention that he was not in the middle of a battle. The airflow in the air was stable, and he could escape using jade evasion. But if he left, it would be harder to kill Hong Jiang than to reach the sky. And when that time came, once Lam Tok Ti and Hong Jiang met and colluded with each other, not only would he die, but his family would also be powerless. There was no choice. In an instant, Lin Feng made a decision. No matter what price he had to pay, he could not let Hong Jiang leave alive. This person must be killed. 100 consecutive fire bullets. Lin Feng shouted. His aura exploded. The rich devouring fire condensed into countless fire bullets and shot toward Hong Jiang. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. Even if this would consume a lot of the devouring fire, he could not care less, because time did not allow for it. This battle was destined to be a race against time. One word, he had to quick. He could vaguely feel countless auras rushing toward him. Hong Jiang's howl had not only attracted the gang guards in the mansion, it had also attracted the attention of the entire Hong Yi gang outside. Several abnormally terrifying auras were rushing over. This time, if he did not succeed, he would die trying. Go, Hong Ling! Lin Feng shouted. Accompanied by the violent explosion of the fireballs, a giant dragon covered in red scales rushed out at the same time, roaring deafeningly. Unlike the 100-poison rainbow python, Hong Ling was a contracted magical beast, so he did not need any time to release it. He could release it with just a thought. Right now, he had to do his best. He had used all his trump cards. But Hong Jiang was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Crystal Talisman. Hong Kuang's expression remained calm as he retreated. In the face of the frenzied attacks, a brilliant crystal wall burst out from his hand. The moment it appeared, it blocked the fireball's attack path. The fireballs were like moths flying into a flame. Even though Lin Feng could control these fireballs to go around the crystal wall, he had undoubtedly fallen into Hong Jiang's trap. He was stalling for time. Body-devouring technique. Lin Feng's eyes deepened, and the devil-devouring ring instantly lit up. His body changed rapidly, especially his arms, which became extremely thick and powerful. But right now, Lin Feng only needed speed. The most crucial and the most important thing. Whoosh! He sped away. The purple crystal spear in his hand instantly flashed, and Lin Feng crossed the crystal wall in a split second, not caring that the 100 consecutive fire beacon bullets were blocked. Including Hong Ling, with the fastest speed and the fiercest attack, they sped towards the fleeing Hong Jiang. Intercept. He could not be allowed to escape. Oh! Hong Jiang's brows immediately furrowed. He did not expect this black-clothed assassin to be so fast. His eyes flashed, and 2-star talismans appeared in his hands. Hong Jiang's eyes lit up, and with the support of rich starlight, the 2-star talismans were released almost at the same time. Boom! Those were 2 giant black dragons, abnormally huge and terrifying. They spat out black flames from their mouths, attacking Lin Feng and Hong Ling from the left and right. With ferocious faces and sharp claws accompanied by flames, the black dragons were not afraid of death. And this was the advantage of the star talisman. It was simple, violent, and fast. Bang! Hong Ling spat out flames and intertwined with the black dragons. Facing this terrifying attack, Hong Ling was unable to dodge. But Lin Feng was different. Misty cloud steps. His eyes shone. Lin Feng's body was in the air, but his footsteps were extremely illusory. The surrounding space was under his control, and a starry sky map seemed to appear in his mind, incomparably clear. The black dragon's flames in front of him sprayed over, falling where Lin Feng was, but it burned the afterimage into nothingness. And at this time, Lin Feng inconceivably appeared behind the black dragon, as if he had passed through it. He only needed 1 spear, and the black dragon would die without a burial place. But Lin Feng did not care. Whoosh! The misty cloud steps were activated again, and Lin Feng's speed suddenly increased again. Like a persistent assassin, everything else was not in his eyes, only Hong Jiang. At this moment, Hong Jiang's expression finally changed. Although he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, but the enemy in front of him was very strong. Star Talisman, Spiderweb Entanglement. Hong Jiang's eyes were burning. A control star talisman was released, forming a spider web in the air, trying to entangle Lin Feng. But obviously, to Lin Feng, who was using the Misty Cloud steps, this did not pose any threat. Every time, in the instant the spider web entangled him, Lin Feng's body would mysteriously disappear. Misty Cloud steps, second stage. The mystery of the Aries constellation. How could it be ordinary? Furthermore, in his current state, Lin Feng's vast star pupil was equivalent to the 5th stage, and even the domain was comprehended. The Misty Cloud steps that focused the most on the Tao of space could naturally display the greatest power. The 2nd stage of the peak, Lin Feng easily displayed it. Truly troublesome. Hong Jiang secretly reprimanded, his heart throbbing. He completely did not expect the enemy this time to be so powerful, far beyond his expectations. As early as 2 days ago, he had already noticed the possible danger, and indeed, he was right this time. But in fact, Hong Jiang was quite surprised. In the Hongyi gang, he was the most low-key and had offended the least people. He could not think of anyone who wanted to kill him, and take such a huge risk. He made preparations because he was used to preparing for a rainy day, but he did not really want to use it. However, there was no time to think about these meaningless things now, because it had already happened. It's not that easy to kill me. Hong Zhang's eyes lit up. Until now, he was still full of confidence, and he could already hear the shouts of the guards and the residents flocking towards him. If it was as he expected, in less than half an hour, Big Brother Hong Ding and Second Brother Hong Wu would arrive, and this time, there would be one more. Inspector Bing Yun. How dare they cause trouble in front of her? They must be courting death. The key was whether they could survive this period of time. Star Technique, Tortoise Scale Armor. Star Technique, Noble Land Armor. His left and right hands flashed at the same time. Faced with Lin Feng's aggressiveness, Hong Jiang finally used his true strength. As a scutum constellation, he was best at defense. Perhaps in terms of attack and control, he was mediocre, but in terms of defense, he was definitely the best. Outside his body, the earthy yellow origin energy gathered rapidly and wrapped around his body. His original star armor was already quite thick. Now, it was even more layered, as if he had armed himself into a fortress. Since he could not escape, he would use his defense to stall for time. A total of 3 layers of defense. Hong Jiang was full of confidence. Rich star power appeared on the surface of his body again. At this moment, an indigo blue star talisman appeared in Hong Jiang's hand, flickering with a demonic light. Hong Jiang's eyes were solemn. Star talisman, blue-scaled poisonous crocodile. In the void, a huge crocodile suddenly appeared. Its cold eyes flickered with a dark luster, and its body was covered with blue scales, looking menacing and terrifying. The appearance of the blue-scaled, poisonous crocodile only took a breath, and the poison had already spread throughout the entire area, releasing its power indiscriminately. Hong Jiang continuously used his star talisman and star technique. Although he had used up all the time he had advantage and allowed Lin Feng to close in, he did not care. It was not easy to surpass the blue-scaled, poisonous crocodile. The terrifying speed was enough to subdue the assassin and make him lose all his power. However, Lin Feng also changed at this moment. "Come out, 100 poisonous-colored python!" Lin Feng yelled. As soon as the colorful 100 poisonous-colored python appeared, its aura immediately overwhelmed that of the blue-scaled, poisonous crocodile. It was like a mountain was taller than a mountain. The blue-scaled, poisonous crocodile was completely suppressed, and even Hong Jiang's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, 100 poisonous-colored python and a red-scaled dragon. He was indeed the one behind it 2 days ago. Who exactly is it that has such a deep feud with me and wants to kill me no matter what? The thought flashed past Hong Jiang's mind because he did not have the time to think about it at all. The purple light flickered, and Lin Feng's attack had already arrived. Besides, it was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Self-state, 3rd level. Lin Feng exclaimed, his murderous intent surging and his eyes glistening like the starry sky. The Tao of deceleration of time and the Tao of chaos of space erupted with extraordinary power as he fused with his self-state. He instantly advanced to the 5th level. The power of the vast star eyes alone was not inferior to that of Lam Tok Ti back then. With the release of the vast star eyes, it even erupted with power that was greater than 1 + 1. What a strange feeling of power. Lin Feng was extremely moved. This time, when he really launched an attack, he could feel the existence of a domain. It locked Hong Jiang up firmly. Hong Jiang's expression changed drastically. His body was rapidly restrained, and the space in front of him was in chaos. It was as if he was in the turbulence of time, and he felt awkward and suffocated. There were fluctuations in space, and his human soul seemed to have lost its ability to control itself. How did this happen? The Tao of defense of my human soul has clearly reached the 4th level. Hong Jiang clenched his teeth and found it hard to believe. The power of his human soul was not ordinary, but in front of this black-clothed assassin, it was like a child who could not exert any strength at all. The gap between them was not small at all. Damn it! Hong Jiang's face was ashen. He did not expect that in just a few seconds he would lose all his advantages. He was in a desperate situation. Chapter 966. The collision between two life spirits was the most terrifying and dangerous thing to do. Because both of them had powerful offensive abilities, they used offense as defense. However, the human soul didn't have any offensive abilities, only defensive abilities. However, it wasn't easy to break through the human soul's defensive abilities. Because the battlefield was inside the opponent's body, it was even more risky. Therefore, most Empyrean gods wouldn't directly use their life spirits to attack the other party's human soul unless there was a huge disparity in strength. Lin Feng was like this now. Maybe with the third level of his self, he could destroy Hong Jiang's human soul defense. But this didn't mean that he could win the battle. Only by killing him would he be able to avoid future troubles. Moreover, if the life spirit's attack was blocked, the consequences would be severe. If there were other methods, no Empyrean gods would be willing to risk their own life spirits. Engulfing fire. Lin Feng's purple light was already shining brightly. With a bright aura, it was aggressive. Although Hong Jiang had many layers of defense, his engulfing fire was the flame with the strongest ability to break through defense. However, boom, in a split second, another ray of light appeared in Hong Jiang's hand. Another star talisman? Lin Feng's eyes flashed slightly. Hong Jiang's star talismans came one after another, as if they were inexhaustible. From his point of view, using star talismans to fight wasn't a good method. Only by controlling one's own strength and state could one truly unleash their battle strength. Star talismans were more of a support state. Only then could they unleash their power. However, Hong Jiang was quite proficient in using star talismans. Pong! A violent explosion sounded. The space seemed to have exploded, and the aura in front of him was chaotic. Lin Feng's expression changed. The impact of the explosion caused his movements to slow down, and the strong reaction force of the airflow pushed him away from the flood throat. Hong Jiang was indeed astute. This kind of reaction time on the battlefield was even better than lamb talk tea. Even if I have to hurt myself, I have to increase the distance between us. So ruthless. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself. Sensing the aura, Hong Jiang was already injured because of this explosion. Such a terrifying explosion was naturally an indiscriminate attack. He was able to defend himself. Fortunately, he had the devouring flame in front of him to block the power and the rebirth flame to protect himself. With less than 10% of the explosive power left, it was merely blocking his path. However, Hong Jiang was different. He was even closer and even self-detonated. It had to be said that he was ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to others, but he was also ruthless to himself. However, it was undeniable that this move of his was rather brilliant. He managed to salvage the situation that was on the brink of destruction. And this point could very well change the course of events. They're here. Lin Feng frowned, his heart beating rapidly. The familiar feeling came again. It was a kind of warning from his body. He warned himself that danger was approaching. It wasn't those guards that had appeared in his line of sight. Even the strongest was only a star sector level. No matter how many of them there were, it was useless in front of him now. So what if he was a level 1 cosmic realm state? He had reached the cosmic realm state in every aspect. It was the same for souls and astral powers. The strength of his body was comparable to a peak cosmic realm state warrior. 100 consecutive fire cannon bullets. Lin Feng's hands formed flames again. This time, it was the rebirth flame that was inexhaustible. It wasn't to snipe Hong Jiang, but to snipe those random people. He couldn't let his chance to kill Hong Jiang slip away because of them. Now, there wasn't much time left. Miss Cloud steps. Lin Feng's eyes flashed rapidly. He felt an unusually familiar feeling when he used the footwork. After practicing in the mist cloud formation for a full 3 months, he was already very familiar with this set of mist cloud steps. The first and second levels not only increased his speed, but also the sublimation of the space Tao. Now, there was a strange thought surging in his heart. It can still be improved. My speed can still be faster. I already have the feeling of the space Tao. Lin Feng's heart throbbed. In his current state, everything was improving. This included sensing ability, comprehension ability, and even combat ability. Boom! He moved his feet and quickly teleported. Lin Feng's eyebrows flashed with extreme light. Without any hesitation, the purple crystal spear emitted a bright light. The dense, engulfing flame exploded and attacked Hong Jiang, who was already heavily injured. The 3 layers of defense were able to block the intense explosion of self-destruction. However, it definitely couldn't block his spear. He used all his strength and determination to attack. Die! Lin Feng's eyebrows emitted a cold light. The person in front of him was one of the culprits who helped Lam Tok Ti to betray his parents. If not for the fact that Lam Tok Ti was still alive, he would probably never know this secret. He wouldn't know that there was such a scum who harmed his family back then. This was the cycle of the heavens. Everything had been predestined since long ago. He couldn't be forgiven. No. Hong Jiang's eyes were filled with shock as he roared crazily. However, at this moment, he was like a demonic beast struggling on its deathbed, except for the faint light flashing in front of his chest. What was left? Relying on external forces wasn't a long-term solution. Lin Feng's eyes were completely bright. The purple crystal spear was only a foot away from Hong Jiang. However, at this moment, his chest was shaking violently as if he felt something. His heart was beating extremely fast. In an instant, Lin Feng's mind was shaken. It was as if he had fallen into an endless space. His movements suddenly slowed down. He's here. He is here. A terrifying power wrapped around him. His body seemed to be tied up by ropes. In an instant, Lin Feng bit the tip of his tongue. Blood stimulated all the power in his body. The devil-devouring ring on his right hand was completely shining, like the eyes of a demon. He already had no way to retreat. He couldn't retreat. Break! Lin Feng's eyes were extremely bright. He shouted loudly. Chi! The terrifying power instantly broke through the layer of restrictions. The purple crystal spear seemed to pierce through another dimension and pierced into Hong Jiang's body. The engulfing flame completely exploded. There was nothing else that could block this spear. There was nothing else that could change Hong Jiang's fate. Lin Feng's strong willpower overcame the layers of obstacles. After breaking through the layer of restrictions, it was as if he had returned to his original world. Lin Feng's heart had never been so clear before. The engulfing flame crazily exploded and burned in Hong Jiang's body. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed. Oh! In the void, a soft voice sounded. At this moment, Third brother! Third brother! Angry roars accompanied the eruption of hysteria. In the distance, 2 terrifying auras came one after the other. It was suffocating. They were 2 abnormally tall and strong men. The one in the lead had a face full of sideburns. He looked ferocious. His eyes looked as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. The one behind him also had extremely terrifying strength. Hong Ding and Hong Wu had finally arrived. In front of Lin Feng, a beautiful figure was 1 step faster than the 2 of them. Patrol Officer Bing Yun. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with extreme light. The one who had stopped Lin Feng from killing Hong Jiang was Bing Yun. She had used her domain to restrict Lin Feng. Even from so far away, she still had such power. This wasn't something Hong Ding and Hong Wu could do. What surprised Bing Yun was that the assassin in front of her had actually broken her domain. Although it wasn't her full strength, it wasn't something an ordinary Star Sector-level martial artist could do. The most unbelievable thing was this assassin was just a Star Lord. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't care whether Bing Yun was confused or not. Although the assassination had been completed, and Hong Jiang had been engulfed by the engulfing flame, leaving no corpse behind, the danger he was facing was still not over. Especially What terrifying strength! Lin Feng's heart trembled. The beautiful woman in front of him, who was emitting a faint watery glow, had strength that was completely different from her appearance. Just now, he had been able to break through her control with some luck. Under that beautiful face was an unfathomable strength. Run. There was no second thought. Not to mention the two powerful men behind her. Just this beautiful woman alone wasn't something he could fight against. Confidence didn't mean arrogance. Lin Feng knew his own strength very well. Whoosh! Lin Feng gritted his teeth as he ran. At this moment, Bing Yun's eyes flashed slightly. Her hands instantly formed a watery curtain. Killing someone in front of her was already a violation of the holy law. Now, he wanted to escape from her. He was treating her like she was nothing. Water cloud light curtain, Bing Yun whispered. Dense watery light instantly filled the entire space. Lin Feng shook violently. His eyes seemed to have fallen into an illusory space. The watery ripples around him restricted his movements. A strong sense of danger appeared in his heart. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind was focused like never before. He had no way out. If he was controlled, what awaited him would be a dead end. I can't die here. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and bright as stars. Although he was at a complete disadvantage, he couldn't give up. With his mind focused, the surrounding domain became even clearer. Although the space restriction made him feel like he had entered a maze, his feet inexplicably moved on their own. At this moment, the Tao of space he felt just now seemed to have sublimated. The movement of his feet was extremely strange. It was as if he was stepping on clouds. What a familiar feeling. Lin Feng closed his eyes. This kind of rhythm felt very comfortable. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was cultivating in the mist cloud formation. He could clearly sense the surrounding space. His heart was tranquil and spotless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body seemed to have teleported. Bing Yun's chanting came to a sudden stop. Her beautiful eyes shined with a brilliant light. She looked at Lin Feng's figure. He was like a ghost, completely ignoring her control of space. With extreme speed, he left behind afterimages as he fled. This is the third stage of the mist cloud steps. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Others might not know, but the saint, Shakala, was her master. How could she not recognize the mist cloud steps? Chapter 967. Hong Ding and Hong Guo chased after him, flustered and exasperated. However, Bing Yun didn't chase after them. Instead, she floated in the air, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a leisurely lotus flower. A Star Lord with such strength. This little guy should be the Lin Feng that Master mentioned before, right? He's a friend of Ji Xin's life. Bing Yun gave a rare smile. With her strength, if she really wanted to chase after him, how could Lin Feng escape? The third stage of the Misty Cloud step was exquisite, but who was she? She was the personal disciple of Saint Shakira and one of the two envoys of the Sherluo Commandery. How could she be an ordinary peak, star, sector-level martial artist? Third gang leader, Hong Jiang, an honorary elder of the Star Talisman Master Alliance. Bing Yun's eyes burned. Little brat, you've caused quite a bit of trouble. If his identity is found out, even Master won't be able to save his life. Hong Yi Gang's third gang leader's identity wasn't much. However, the Star Talisman Master Alliance was extraordinary. An honorary elder being killed was a big deal. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed as she murmured in her heart. Instantly, a water curtain rose from her hands. Whoosh! It was as if a fine drizzle was falling from the sky, and the thick smell of blood was instantly covered by it. Bing Yun looked at the ground. At the place where Hong Jiang's burned corpse was, there was a faint star diamond in addition to a storage ring. Bang! Bing Yun's eyes flashed, but she calmly received the star diamond. This wasn't an ordinary metal, but a kind of energy artifact called Breaking Hermit. Not only could it sense space, but it could also detect unknown dangers and prevent all kinds of assassinations. It also had a rare function, which was to record everything it saw. It was like a video recording. This was absolutely irrefutable evidence. So careless, Bingyan said softly. You didn't even take the breaking hermit. Bingyan shook her head helplessly and looked around. A bright light flashed in her eyes. After that, she left with a gust of fragrant wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng ran quickly, feeling surprised and happy. He didn't expect to have a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. Facing the terrifying suppression of space and falling into a hopeless situation, it was indeed this powerful pressure that forced him to improve. With the improvement of the misty cloud steps, the feeling of the path of space was exceptionally clear. Combined with the vast star pupil in his current state, it was far superior to the second stage of the misty cloud steps. She doesn't seem to be chasing after us, Lin Feng said softly. Even though the two auras behind him were equally powerful and frightening, they were still a notch weaker than the woman from before. Strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. Earlier, he was still dealing with him, but now, he wasn't chasing after him. What was her intention? Although I don't know why, at least it's a good thing. Lin Feng secretly praised his luck. If that woman really chased after him, he didn't have the confidence to shake her off. Unlike the two behind him, he was confident that he could shake them off. In fact, there weren't many people in Shirluo County who could break through the restrictions of the frozen cloud domain. However, Lin Feng relied on his strength to forcefully break out of the encirclement. Frozen cloud didn't go too easy on him. What Lin Feng obviously didn't know was the existence of the broken hermit. In fact, it was precisely because of the broken hermit that his ambush was discovered by Hong Jiang. Lin Feng never expected that this assassination attempt would almost be ruined by this inconspicuous little thing. However, what he didn't expect even more was that frozen cloud, who had wanted to capture him before, would help him clean up the mess. Behind him, a terrifying murderous aura and anger whistled. However, Lin Feng didn't care. The two experts chasing after him were no weaker than him in terms of physical strength. If it was the second stage of the misty cloud steps, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. However, the third stage of the misty cloud steps was a step higher. The burst of speed, coupled with the mysterious footwork, was completely different. As he stepped, not only did his footwork change unpredictably, but it also created layers of obstacles for the people chasing after him. This layer of the domain had changed. Outside the Hongyi gang, Lam Tok Ti had just arrived when he immediately frowned. Although he was outside the door, he could still hear the hustle and bustle inside the Hongyi gang. It was extremely noisy. Inside the black cloak, Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed with surprise. His chest rose and fell slightly. He faintly felt that something was wrong. There was no one at the door in front of him to receive him. Hong Jiang took care of everything. It was impossible for him to make a guest wait. Something big seemed to have happened in the Hong Yi gang. Wah! Lam Tok Ti's figure flashed and arrived in front of the door. The guards on duty acted as if they were facing a great enemy and drew their weapons. Inappropriate. Very inappropriate. Seeing the guard's reaction, Lam Tok Ti's heart trembled even more. He said in a deep voice, I am a friend of your third gang leader, Hong Jiang. He invited me to his residence for a chat. The guards looked at each other. Their expressions softened slightly, as if they were relieved. Then, they immediately put away their weapons. The leader of the guards waved his hand. Then you could go back first. The third gang leader, Hong Jiang, might not be able to receive you. Lam Tok Ti's heart thumped. His voice gradually turned cold. Why? The leader of the guards frowned and said impatiently, There's no reason. The third gang leader is already dead. What? Lam Tok Ti's eyes widened. His face was pale. His body staggered. After hearing this shocking news, he took a few steps back before he could steady himself. His hands and feet were a little cold. Lam Tok Ti's eyes changed rapidly. Suddenly, they emitted a dense cold light. He suddenly took a step forward and gnashed his teeth. How'd he die? Speak. What happened? The fifth layer of the vast star eyes completely lit up, causing the leader of the guards to feel a chill down his spine. Looking at the sinister and terrifying face in the black cloak, his heart inexplicably trembled. "Speak quickly." Lam Tok Ti grabbed the leader of the guards by the collar. His hand tightened, and he immediately lifted the leader up. His eyes were cold and bright. "How'd Hong Jiang die? If you don't speak, I will kill you." His killing intent was boiling. His terrifying aura caused the surrounding guards to be as silent as cicadas in winter. I will speak." The leader of the guards' face was pale. He hastily said, "The third gang leader was just assassinated." "Assassinated?" Lam Tok Ti's eyes widened. He angrily said, "Who did it?" "This." The leader of the guards hastily said, "I don't know. The assassin is very strong. It is said that the gang leader and second gang leader couldn't catch him even when they worked together. He escaped." "Escaped?" "Hong Jiang is dead," Lam Tok Ti murmured. His expression was a little confused. He put down the leader of the guards. The latter looked at Lam Tok Ti with fear. However, he didn't dare to offend this strange person. Lam Tok Ti seemed to be petrified. For a moment, his mind was in chaos because of this bad news. He felt as if he had accumulated all his strength and wanted to throw a punch, but it was empty and powerless. With Hong Jiang's character, he would rarely offend anyone. Moreover, why didn't he die earlier or later? Why did he die at this time? Moreover, he was openly assassinated. Lam Tok Ti's chest heaved up and down. His expression changed rapidly. As time passed, Lam Tok Ti gradually calmed down. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt the strangeness of the whole thing. "Lin Feng, it must be them. It's definitely them. They must have done it." Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fists tightly. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. This was the first time he felt defeated. He had been checkmated. In the Hongi gang, the wedding banquet turned into a funeral banquet. Previously, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Now, the atmosphere was silent. Suddenly, all the higher-ups of the Hongi gang were present. Their brows were tightly knitted. This time, the third gang leader, Hong Jiang, was openly killed in the gang's encampment. This was definitely a disaster for the Hongi gang. Not to mention the impact on their strength, just the impact on their reputation was devastating. Who would dare to join a gang like this? Damn it. Hong Ding clenched his fists tightly and roared furiously. Hong Wu's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. The most embarrassing thing was that even when he and his brother joined forces, the culprit still managed to escape. This was embarrassing. If they could not catch the culprit this time, their reputation in the gang would be greatly affected. Damn it, it must be the Huang Pang sect and Ji Mi sect. Han Wu gritted his teeth. That's right, it must be them. We must seek justice for the third gang leader. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The enmity between the Hongi gang, the Huang Pang sect, and the Ji Mi sect was not new. As Han Wu spoke, the higher-ups in the gang agreed. Their eyes were burning with anger. They could not wait to eliminate the Huang Pang sect and the Ji Mi sect immediately. Indeed, whether it was the motive or strength, these two forces were the biggest suspects. As for Lin Feng, perhaps no one present knew him. As for the Lin clan, they were completely unrelated. What conflict did they have with the Hongi gang? No one would suspect anything. Shut up. Hong Ding's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. Looking around, Hong Ding's eyes lit up as he roared. Is there any evidence? If there's none, then what's there to say? Hong Wu's chest rose and fell rapidly as he gritted his teeth. That culprit is definitely an expert. He's proficient in assassination. Third brother is a cautious person. He was still ambushed even with the broken hermit. Moreover, after the culprit succeeded, he even took the broken hermit away without leaving any evidence. Plus, he used a wonderful footwork to escape at the end. This person is definitely not an ordinary warrior. Not many people in Shiluo County have such skills. Han Wu looked straight at Hong Ding. Hong Ding's face was solemn as he frowned. It's a pity that the broken hermit was taken away. Otherwise, the culprit would have nowhere to hide. The atmosphere once again fell into a suffocating silence. Indeed, there were no clues to be found. All right, let's split up and investigate the gangs thoroughly. See if there are any clues. Hong Ding's eyes were cold. Everyone around him nodded in agreement. Then, Hong Ding looked to Hong Wu and said in a low voice, "Second brother, let's go to the Star Talisman Master Alliance." "Yes, big brother." Hong Wu nodded. Asking the Star Talisman Master Alliance for help would undoubtedly blow up the whole thing. However, paper could not wrap fire. The whole thing would soon spread. Rather than suffer a great blow to the gang's reputation, it was better to take the initiative. Perhaps, with the Star Talisman Master Alliance's power, they could find the culprit in a short time and minimize the damage to the gang. Most importantly, Hong Zhang's death was a huge blow to the Hongi gang. Humiliation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.